Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Barrels with Garage here. What's going on? We're live, it looks like. Get her switched over here. There we go. Now we got everything out of the way. Oh, who all we got in here tonight? Looks like Auto Salvage. Hey, good to see you. John Mott's always good to see you. Smacky, looks like you'll be in bed, but you did stop in. Thanks, man. Always good to see you every week. Colleen, hey, great to see you. Rich GT350, Cousin Mike. Kind of wore ourselves out today, didn't we? Mopars, Mustangs, and minivans. That is one cool name, I'll tell you what. Good to see you, man. Alan's Cars and Stuff, good to see you. Don English, the man himself. Your timing was perfect, man. Ari, the man. Boy, we had to pull a slant six today with a standard transmission. Yep, they're a lot like a 235. That was a lot of fun. Yeah. Breezy Bike Shop, good to see you. Wendy, good to see you. Robbie, always good to see you. And Hubbies, how's it going over there? And Buff's Garage, can't forget about Buff and the BF Good Wrench. I could have used a BF Good Wrench today. So, it's an open mic night. You know, if you guys all want to hop in, give this live stuff a try, just click that little button up there on the top and I'll let you on in. So, what's been going on this week? Well, me and Cousin Mike, yeah, sorry, very heavy. Very, very heavy. We done rounded up a slant six, and we got some goodies for his. What year is that, Mike? 80 something Mercury Marquis. Gonna do a fuel injection delete on it. 84. That's right, 84. Hey, Zero, good to see you. So, everything that's been going on this week at Barrel's Garage, well, I've been neck deep in that Mercury trying to get it ready for the No Name Nationals. It is just, yeah, boy, it is creeping up on us. Uh, I don't know how much drive time all you folks have got, but yeah, I've got about 2 weeks, about 14 more days before I got to have that sucker on the road. Robbie, yeah, we're gonna stick an Edelbrock on that 50302. And more likely, well, we're gonna see what we can come up with to get that all into that Rambler, that 65 Rambler for Landon's Custom. While he's doing that, I'm gonna be well, the Mercury should be buttoned up by then, and then we're gonna jump on the Dart, and that's what we were doing today. We ended up with another slant for it, another 225. Looks to be a 74 that we're gonna get all ready for the 65 Dart. Dart Sport, the only answer, the only good answer. Dart Sport and 2. Those are my two favorite answers. Because it's either too much, too little, too late, or too soon. And that dart could have went either way. I've got a 318, a running 318, but I got no transmission for it. And we've got the slant 6 transmission, but we didn't have a slant 6 to go in it. We did find one in a, oh, what is that? Massey Ferguson Model 65, I think. Hay swather, but the guy kind of him-hawed on it, so we had to jump and go another route on it. We could probably get that one too. He just didn't, he had to check with the family on that old swather before he could go through on it. So we jumped on this one because, well, when the price is right, the price is right. So, yeah. And boy, when we got out there, there was a crowd of people around that old truck that it looks like it had just come in. And when Mike crawled under it, the driveline was almost bent in half. So I think that's the reason why it was in there. So the engine, she rolls over really good, and you can feel compression every time she rolls. So I'm thinking that she's a good one. The other one, it's actually in a hay swather. They use them to cut the hay. Sometimes they're called a windrower, and then they rake the hay up and then bale it. You find those slant sixes in all kinds of stuff like that. Stationary engines, water pump, and for irrigation, and they use the slant six in a lot of places. And like I said, we'll probably end up with that one too. It just we didn't want to drag our feet on the other one, and especially for the price that it was, we couldn't turn it down. Other than that, getting that Mercury about ready. I got a video coming up here real soon on the. I kind of wanted to do them together with that slant six because the slant six and the FEs, oddly enough, share a lot of technology with each other, and it's what gives the FE their very distinct sound, and the reason their torque and power curve on a Ford FE is so broad. It's this exact same reason that the slant six is so good at doing what it's doing. Just Ford is doing it with 8 pistons instead of 6. Hey, Struggle Bourbon, good to see you. Tim Windsor. It was good to put a face with the name there when you was out there with Buck. I sure hope you had a good time with Buck Does It. I hear you, hubby. Sometimes the editing is the hardest part. uh, hey, Rich 220, how's it going, man? Good to see you coming out again tonight. And Bubba Aries, good to see you too. But boy, I am beat. Out there at the I pole is what we have, not a U pole or a pull apart, but it's the same concept. You go out there and you pull your own parts and that. But there's no way to load it outside of the yard. So me and Landon, we had to get a little creative on how to pick up a slant and stick it in the back of the pickup. and pull another one out and stick it in the cart to throw it back in. Yeah, it was a little fun. A come along does wonders, and when you got a big cousin Mike, it does even more wonders. And those suckers are heavy. So, what's everybody else been up to this week? And like I said, it's an open mic night. If you want to jump in, just hit that little click that little link button up there, and she'll let you right on in. I'll find you down here in the waiting room here. The intake and exhaust are about 60 pounds or so. Yep, they are. But that's a whole lot lighter than that FE one. The hard thing with the slant six is they're on such a weird angle, and it's hard to get that set in there right. Question. I have bought 4 valve spring compressor tools, but none work. Seems the valve springs have a second spring inside the first spring. Yeah, most of them do. Uh, the valve spring compressor I use is the C-clamp style. That's got the 2 little fork things up here on the top, and then it's a big C-clamp looking thing with almost a vice grip looking deal on the back of it. And then the plunger part, you bring it up to the bottom of your valve. You got to have the head off for this, but it comes up on the bottom, and then that uh, finger fork pushes down on the spring, and then you got the 2 little keepers on the top that just brings it right out. A magnet works great for that. You can just take the magnet and poop, poop, pull your keepers out, and then you relax the C clamp. Uh, well, it's the valve spring compressor. You relax it, and then you can pull the spring out and change the valve seals or change the valve, whatever you got to do. But if you got a bent valve, take it to a machine shop. Let them deal with it there. Otherwise, if you're trying to drive that valve out, or if it hangs up inside the valve guide, you'll snap that sucker, and then your head's no good. Usually, if it gets that deep, I just take them in because there's other work that they're going to have to do to it too. And if it's an old set of heads, pre 74, 74, 73, that's a good time to take them in and just have them cut and put hardened seats in the exhaust side. Yeah, those pneumatic ones are very nice for that. They're too rich for my blood, though. Hey, Stephen Holtz is in the house. If anybody hasn't subscribed to Stephen Holtz, Just Drive It, go check his channel out. He's got some really cool stuff, and there's a good chance we'll be lining up in Sykeston. He's got a 68 uh, Ford Fairlane that it looks identical to my Mercury. So it'd be quite something to line up 2 Fomocos from the same year, the same colors even. Same patina. They're really cool. And Steven's got some awesome material. Let's see. None of them work. I warped 2, and the third, I won't push the spring down. Huh. And it's just the valve, the top of the valve that you're pushing down, right? If so, it might be stuck totally. And if that's the case, definitely take it to a machine shop from there. If you want to save those heads. It could be carboned up. Those old engines like that, that's pre-PVC. They choke up with carbon a lot, and it just coats the valve. It could be hung in the valve guide there. The seat, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Rich, if you're having that kind of troubles, I would definitely look to a machine shop now. It's pointing to other reasons why she's doing that. Get caught back up here. The one that locks down under the rocker nut. Those are the ones you use when the head is still on. Are you trying to do this with the head on, Rich? Yeah, on the tops. There, we're all caught up. Yeah, that's the hard part to swallow right there. Hey, we got a special guest in here. A guy that blew my doors off.
Hey, what's
Hey,
happening,
Shane, how's it
BareRose?
going, man?
Pretty good. Finally got some time to drop in here. How's it going, man?
Great. How you been?
Pretty good. Busy. You know how that goes. That last crunch, trying to get everything going.
Oh, Lord, I hear you. Are you still planning on bringing that motor home?
Nah, yeah, plans didn't work out for that. I can't get the wheel cylinders for it.
I hear you.
And that's got it's got like a Dana 70 in it. And I think that was the first year for disc brakes. And it uses it uses two wheel cylinders per wheel in the back. And they're on back order. So you know how that goes. With something that old, I figured it was going to be tough. I mean, the last time I put brake rotors on it, they were $400 a piece. So
Ye gads. That's almost bluebird prices.
yeah, it's crazy. Well, as I said, see that's the first that 72. That's the first year they put disc brakes on it because that's on an RM 400 chassis. Dodge calls it, so it's on 19.5 wheels. So that just drives the price of everything up on it. It's got like them vacuum boost pods underneath it with separate like slave cylinders for the brakes, where it has a main master cylinder, but then it feeds them separate slave cylinders underneath it.
Yeah,
When the system works, it works great, but it's just complicated for being that old. Thing's 50 years old. It's complicated.
that's almost like a 2.5 up ton ancient technology stuff.
Yeah, yeah, it ain't bad. I think we bought that motorhome. I think it was like 2004 or something when we bought it. So we've had it a long time. We drive it. The lake we go camping at's probably about 45 miles away. We drive it there every summer and back. But just last year on the way home, I noticed with the transmission started rattling. That's when that sprag let loose. If I would manually shift it, it was fine. But if I would let it shift itself, it would rattle. So I got it home, went out to move it to pull the transmission out. And that's when I noticed the brake problem. I stepped on the brake pedal and went to the floor and started looking, figured it was a line busted, went out though and seen the fluid running down the backside of the drums. I was like, oh, there's the problem. So that's where it's at on that. Now, who we got in here too? Hey man, what's up? What's up,
going
Rich?
on? Hey, BareRose, I want to show you the tool. This is the tool you're talking about, right there. Here's the head. Okay, these are what I'm talking about. I need the tool with that piece that goes behind this nut, right there, and it goes up on top of this spring because, as you can see, this spring has a cap on it. And it's not allowing the tool to compress the spring enough. First of all, because this thing ain't got enough notches and it won't stay far enough up. And the two other ones that I got, well, the one down there in the red box is warped. The one up here in the blue box is warped. And I bought one that you crank down and it wasn't doing anything. So.
Do the valves move?
If I put pressure on it, yeah, they move a little bit.
Okay. And you can tap them while it's like a hammer, a light tap.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But see, here's the thing. Remember, you were talking about bent valves. Okay, this is the original GM bent valve. This is number 3 cylinder. Okay, I got this one out after 20 times of bending the other cheap tool. So that's the valve spring, the valve. There's a double spring in here, and I got the keepers over here on the other table. But I've also got replacement valves. I've got 3 exhaust and 3 intake. But the problem is, like I said, I can't get the damn things off.
Huh. And it's not compressing them far enough to get the
It's not compressing them because, first of all, you got an outer spring, and then on the inside of the spring, there's another spring.
Yeah.
It's like a reinforcement. So that's the problem. I had to take these off because they were filled with sludge. Yeah. So I cleaned them all out. Now I got the sandblast cabinet, and I'm thinking about taking everything out and sandblasting the hell out of them. And then, just rebuilding it. But as you can see, I also got the rocker arms here too. They're right there. I've never had so much problems with an engine in all my life.
Where the valves are all closed right now, try soaking them in acid. Dump a little acetone. Tip your head up. And then dump a little acetone down in the intake side. And just let it soak in there and eat that carbon out.
All right.
Get more free movement that way.
Yeah, but I don't think that this tool is going to work either. I'm going to need that other one.
The ones that clamp on, that are made to do it with the head still on, I have fought those. I hate those.
Well, I hate these. These things don't seem to work for crap. And you can't put any more pressure on the handle because there's no more notches for it to go down. And this was an $86 tool. It's right here. The last one I bought was a $20 tool, and I put the 2 hooks on the lower part of the spring. And, when you twist it, it actually is supposed to put pressure on the cap and push it down. But all it was doing was moving the spring up off the valve. That was it. So I returned that, and then they let me borrow this one, but it's just doing the same thing all the other ones do. It's not working.
Uh-oh.
That looks like something I would do.
Crash.
No, I was releasing the damn tool because it looked like it was warping. That's the problem. They don't work.
I'll put it around somewhere. I'll trip over it. So.
makes sense that having that on there because it ain't doing me any good. So
I've had some that are really stuck. The worst one I've done was an international for a tractor, and it fought me good and hard too.
yeah, well, I want to
had
get
to
this thing
clamp
running.
it and then tap it a little, and then till they finally pop loose. And then I could get in there and pull the keepers out, and she dropped out. But that one was rusted really good.
Gotta make room over here. Sorry,
And
I'm
after
getting
I
my
got
teeth.
them all out, they went a different way, so I still got the head in the shop.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm. You know, I don't have $700 right now to go and throw to have somebody do, you know, the heads. You know what I mean?
If
Now
you're just
what?
looking to get the car going and driving for a little while, Ari had some good advice there. Just you can put any small block in it right now just to get it going, and then put that engine off to the side as you're slowly working on it and getting it, right. Then take that motor and just drop it in and
Yeah, but
swap
it
it
has
back
to
out.
be.
There you go.
It has to be capable of handling the transmission because the transmission's the original one that they had in the car, the cast iron transmission casing.
Yeah, it'll fit on any 350. Chevy is great that way. They
Yeah,
never
all
changed.
all the small block bolt patterns the same. Oh, all the V8 from 55 and up, all the V8 bolt patterns the same.
Yeah, they didn't change until the LS.
Not well,
Yeah.
the LS will bolt to it. The only
Yeah.
difference with the LS is there's one bolt that isn't drilled out on the LS. They bolt right up though.
Yep.
Well, I'm not one for really messing with transmissions. I haven't really, experimented in that area. I know the engine's inside and out, as you can see. I mean, hell,
Yeah.
that car's got a new timing chain, set of gears, rebuilt carburetor, head gaskets, intake manifold gaskets, new pistons, new rings. You know, I mean, everything, all the sludge has been cleaned out of it, everywhere that it was possibly at. And, this is the only thing that's holding me up. I mean, shit, look, I made door panels for the car, for crying out loud. The original factory style from 57. Same thing. Same color.
Put the angle grinder, them ones, and cut the stems of the valves off and let them fly.
Yeah. Off they go.
Yeah, that's it. They'd be out though. Well, I mean, even if you had access to a torch, I'd probably hit them with the oxyacetylene. That way, it would just settle the springs there as you were cutting them off anyway. But at least I'd get the valves out of the head one way or the other. I know what you mean. That sucks though. That's so frustrating to have, something small holding you up.
Yeah, especially when you're doing all the work on. I mean, I tried 20 times and I only got one valve out, and the C-clamp cheap Japanese version ones, they only had 30 millimeter. That's actually the size for those springs is 1.25 inches. And they don't make tools that have that. And they don't make the tools that have the handle with enough, pressure to release the spring. They only go about 4 notches and then it stops. Put this down for a minute. I just can't believe I'm having this many problems with the car, as far as that goes. Because it should be pretty simple. I mean, everything else has been easy, no problem, I think that'll do for now. Half a pizza.
Yeah, Steven's a heck of a cool guy. You'll like everything you see on there. I'm pretty sure of it.
Yep, and my hand's blocking away again now. I'm not really good with the camera when I'm doing other things. There you go. There's gotta be a video.
Yeah, like Blake here at Bad Tree says too. That's the other way. You put the socket on it and you give it a smack.
Yeah, I know all about that one too. I've tried all that. Believe me, it doesn't work. Not with a stabilizer spring inside. You know, it's not the same thing as just having a valve spring with a cap and the washer that holds the keepers. This thing's like reinforced.
Try soaking it in a little acetone for a while. Try to get as much of that sludge and carbon built off the bottom of the valve. Get as
Well, I
much of that
actually
as you
had
can inside, so you can get more
BareRose
movement on it.
when I took the heads off. I put them in a clean sink. They had diesel fuel in it because that's the only thing that's going to remove the sludge. You know what I'm saying?
It's slow going.
No, it was in there for a couple of days. I didn't take it out, and I used a horsehair paintbrush in order to get everything loose.
Diesel, I actually don't like using that because it leaves the oil film on it, on everything.
Yeah, but with the engine, it's not a bad idea. Prevents it from rusting. Especially where I live out here, we get strange weather. We get like snowstorms that are outrageous. We get rainstorms that like flood everywhere. Anywhere,
And then after you
anytime you
get
live
it
at a
all
higher
done,
elevation, you get that.
spray it full of WD-40. Not for the lubricating, but WD-40 shoots the water away from the metal. Keeps it from rusting.
Sorry, guys, there. I had that all screwed up.
No problem.
It happens. That's the same way we try to do with the channel. We just let it fly. We're humans. We're going to make mistakes. You want to go watch something edited, go watch that Motor Trend stuff. You know what I mean? This is the real world. This is how everybody lives.
Boy, I got a rude one the other day. I went to go look for this little flashlight. At O'Reilly's, they can order it in for me. $18 a piece plus shipping. I went on Rock Auto, 12 cents.
Yeah. I understand, brick and mortar, and I would love to be able to run to the local parts store and buy stuff, man. But their markup has gotten so ridiculous on the same junk parts that, I run into that with electric fuel pumps, like that 95 Ford I got. It's $230 for a fuel pump down at AutoZone, and I can order that same pump, the AirTex brand, on Amazon for like $30. And it's just, I'm like, yeah, I would like to be able to go grab it right now and be done with it. But at the same time, how can you justify spending $200 more when the way things are anyway right now? You got to scrape to get by and do what you can.
Yep.
I'm a big
like I said,
proponent
I'd love to
of buying local, but a guy's got to do what a guy's got to do.
No, as I said, I'd love to support them, but it's just ridiculous. There's one thing to support them, there's another thing that they're basically just taking advantage of you when they know you have no other choice.
Yeah.
I miss the old days, I guess we didn't know any better. They probably always been sticking it to us like that. We just didn't know any better then. So I remember the local independent places always seemed kind of high on stuff too, but then again, you got better parts that weren't manufactured somewhere in some third world country by some guy in his backyard. I mean, have you seen them guys casting rotors and stuff?
Oh, Lord, those, what are they, from India or something?
Yeah, them guys in their backyard, goats running around and stuff, and they're pouring iron on the ground. And you wonder why that rotor cracks, a month after you put it on your car.
Oh, Lord, I put a set of, what were they, brake best rotors on my dad's PT Cruiser. Was just looking for a cheap, get it on there, get it working, get it running. It only lasted 2 weeks, and they're chattering.
Yeah.
They're warped.
Oh, yeah. I wonder they
I have my
weren't warped
mother's
out of
PT
the package.
Cruiser.
What's that?
I have my mother's PT Cruiser.
Oh,
68,000 miles on it. Bad shock casing, bad struts.
I think it's funny. My dad's got a PT Cruiser because he hates Chrysler. I used to
The only
threaten
cars that
him.
I'm restoring are Chevy, and everything else is Mopar.
I used to threaten my dad with I was going to sprinkle his ashes in a PT Cruiser gas tank. And then he went out and got one.
Yeah. Hey,
He only
if it
gave
gets
200
by-
bucks for it. So
you know, I mean, I tell people all the time, if someone calls me up and say, hey, I need something cheap, and I usually recommend, I tell them either get, an earlier Cavalier or a Neon, because those cars, even though they were piles of crap, they do seem to run forever. We got some around here that are rotted in half, and, they're still rolling up and down the road.
And my grocery getter is actually a 2016 5-speed 4x4 Patriot.
There you go. Well, you got 5-speed, so that's about the good tranny that Jeep and Chrysler had later on. Then, in those anyway, that manual transmission is probably its saving grace.
Mm-hmm.
That's a solid rig though, like that.
Yeah,
I'm
unlike the
allergic to
1500 truck I had. 1500 that I bought from the dealership had the hell was it? Valve guide issues. Brought it back to the dealer for that. Then it had a throttle body issue that would lock me out. It wouldn't allow me to put the car in gear, and it wouldn't allow me to start the truck at all. And the third thing was, which was the caper, which I turned it back into the dealership. I went up the street about maybe 30 miles away from my house, and the damn thing overheated all the way to red. And that's a cause for a thermostat, or not thermostat, head gasket to go.
Well, yeah,
And I said nothing for nothing, but there are what we call lemon laws in New Jersey.
Yeah.
And if I have to keep dealing with this garbage, it's going to be time to call a lawyer,
Oh yeah, not only that, aluminum head, you get aluminum headlock like that, they'll drop the valve seats out of them. And it's just, there's no quality in anything. Like I said, it's like anybody just quit caring anymore. It's just basically they'll buy it and that's it. What choice do we have? And that's what they figure. But I guess they didn't think us old hot rodders will just piece together, so keep going.
Well, see, that's why I'm trying to repair the 57 Chevy, and why I'm trying to redo the 69 Olds, because those cars actually had some, stand-in time.
Those cars were those cars were intended for the person that owned it to be able to maintain it and keep it on the road. That was a different state of mind when those were made. Now they put them engine covers on there. They don't even want you to know that there's an engine in there.
Right.
It's got a problem, bring it to us, and, we'll fix it.
Yeah, plus you have to have fingers like a piano player.
Oh,
sorry.
I know. Definitely the guys
I
that
got size
engineered
12 and a half ring finger.
Yeah, luckily I'm a small guy now, but yeah, the guys that engineered them things had no thought of anybody servicing them.
Yeah, being the little guy
I'll
in
be
the
right
shop.
back. I got to run to the facility.
No problem.
Yeah, that's
being
why
the little guy in the shop, you're usually the guy that gets stuck doing the wiring.
Yeah, well, not only that, I got stuck. Funny story with that, though, BareRose. I've always done construction because I didn't want to do mechanics in the shop. I've worked in shops, but then I hated working on them as a hobby. And I figured if I loved working on cars, I didn't want to make it my job. But working construction, I was always the guy, hey, can you get in that crawl space and get in there and run that pipe, or can you drag that wire? Don't worry about the creepy crawlies in there. Just get in there.
Exactly. Yep.
You know, I'm 5'8", 130 pounds, and I'm working on a crew of guys that are all, 200 plus and 6 foot plus. And, I'm the guy, well, here, we knocked one 8-inch block out. Go ahead and shimmy in there and get that for us. Thanks, guys.
I hear you. I'm the exact same way.
Yeah.
I did HVAC for a while too. Yeah.
And I always tell them, I got a couple of big friends, and I always tell them when they want to go out, I was like, I go out with you guys. Anytime there's a fight, though, I said, it seems like no matter who they are, they always grab the little guy and want to beat on them first. I said, you guys better make sure nobody grabs them. Doesn't matter, if you're there with 3 or 4 big guys and they start a fight, everybody wants to grab the little guy first.
Raining out there.
I think you made it home, I see.
No, it's raining.
Yeah, there she's on.
Hi.
Yeah, she called on her way home from work, and that's why I dropped I was there streaming like that, and she called. Next thing I know, I could hear you guys talking, and she's trying to talk to me, telling me she's on her way home in the rain. You got everything ready to go in there? What's that, Barry?
You guys been getting a lot of rain lately?
No, not really.
On and on. It comes in spurts. We get 3 or 4 days of it, then
It's 66
then it gets
degrees
nice.
outside.
It started raining again. We had a stretch about 3 days where it didn't rain, and it started raining again today. I think it's supposed to rain for like next 3 or 4 days.
It's 66 degrees outside.
It just it's a big shock to the system when it's 66 when it was just 90 a week ago.
You want bed?
No, no thanks. No dog treats.
Sure.
Uh-oh,
Yeah.
Wild Rose. Was it
You getting that thing ready to go? I see.
I hope you didn't hurt it too bad. Broken lug nuts okay at this point in the game.
Yeah. I wanted to take mine out and run a little bit, but I'm afraid of breaking it this close.
Oh yeah.
I'm afraid to even take it over. I got a buddy about 10 miles away or so. He has a shop with a dyno, and I was like, well, I go over there and tune it a little bit more. But then again, I'm afraid of breaking it. It's just too close now to go over and blow the transmission out or spit the drive shaft out.
Don't put me on camera. I look like shit.
You're not on camera. As long as you're not directly in front, you're not in.
I look like shit.
We're just hanging out. Finally got time. He's been on every Saturday night, and I see him always doing something. Finally got time to pop in and hang out with him for a couple minutes.
Yeah, I look like shit, so.
Oh, you just got off work.
Yeah, me too. I got Chrysler blood on me today.
It don't matter. It don't matter. Anytime if I put good clothes on, something will happen. I could run around in old clothes and the car will never. You could know something's wrong and it won't break. Leaving clean clothes and forget it. You're laying greasy somewhere.
Yeah, you better believe it.
I just walk out of the house and it jumps on me.
I get in trouble. Usually I'll move her car and I'll forget and she'll get in and touch the steering wheel. That's always good for her.
Lord, yep.
When she gets to work and got greasy hands.
I'm like, what? We never did my car.
She's called me up and can you wipe the steering wheel when you're done? I didn't think they were that dirty.
Either trans or converter. Uh-oh. 12
Yeah,
8, though.
I've seen that. Yeah, he definitely. I'd say probably converter will be my guess on it. He definitely. I mean, he had the power out, but he just didn't have no mile an hour. He's probably got a lot of slip going on in that converter. And he said it winged up pretty quick anyway.
Dixie milk.
I love that build of his. That is just too cool.
Yeah.
Yes, it is different and it is awesome.
Lay down.
I never would have thought about putting a big block Oldsmobile in a Lark.
No, and it fits good. It belongs there.
That surprised me. I thought for sure he'd have to wedge that sucker in there.
No, he was even, I was amazed how he got the radiator and everything to fit in there. I mean, he got it in there good. That man's got skills, though.
Yes, he do.
Yeah, I seen Big Mike was in here. Where'd he go?
He popped back out. He must be having internet troubles.
Now I'm gonna have to go soon too because this thing keeps this site. When you do this, it somehow keeps draining my battery, even if it's plugged up.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell it is. I think it's because the thing that I'm using is old as hell.
Mine too.
Yep.
This laptop's about 15 years old.
Well, I have what the hell I call that Chromebook out there, which is only about a year old, but you have to use this for the hotspot and all that other jazz.
Well, at least you got me beat on a laptop. I thought mine was old at 10 years old.
Oh, we got them
Yeah.
eating. Want some chicken? One bite?
Hmm.
What are you eating, chicken? Oh, you're eating chicken strips.
You're up in Maryland, right? White trash?
No, we're close. We're in Pennsylvania, but we're probably
Pennsylvania?
we're probably about 40 miles from Maryland. That's actually, so
okay.
when we go camping, that's where we're at. So
Oh, you're in PA? I'm in Jersey, up by Del Water Gap.
yeah, we're over on the other side. We're over on Pittsburgh side. So
Oh, you're down towards Philly. Okay.
and now we're
Where's
over by Pittsburgh.
Where's that dude from?
I'm about 35 miles southeast of Pittsburgh.
So by Lancaster, Slippery Rock.
Well, Slippery Rock's further north. That's because Slippery Rock's on the other side of Pittsburgh, north of Pittsburgh. But we're down there where the Flight 93 Memorial is like 40 minutes away.
Oh, I see.
So we're down in that area. I mean, we're here in the mountains. We're right on the western face of the Appalachians here.
Yeah, I'm in the uncivilized sticks of Jersey.
Hey, that might be a good thing to be in the sticks of Jersey because the people in the cities have lost their minds.
Oh,
Where's
yeah,
that-
I know.
where's this Rod from?
He's from Canada. Or no, he's from Idaho. I keep thinking he's from Canada. He's from Idaho. I got it straight finally. I replied back to a message with her because I thought he was in Canada, but I had it mixed up. And I'm like, he's like, I ain't from Canada, but I was like, oh, sorry.
It's
Hey,
close.
Idaho. I don't know how you can live up there, man. It's getting hard for me with these PA winters. I don't know how you can deal with the winter up there, man.
Where did I go? No, I went to Dubuque, Iowa.
Yeah, when it snows here, we get some crazy snowstorms.
Yeah, being over closer to the coast, you get them nor'easters pound you guys when they come up. They're giving our forecast. They're like, well, if it's 50 miles to the east more, then you won't get it. If it's 50 miles this way, then you will get it. That's how usually we get with the snowstorms. Is your daddy wrong with? Open the door. I ain't gonna kill him.
I used to live in Idaho Falls on Elva Street, and I used to always get mail from a guy in Iowa Falls who also lived on Elm Street.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And Iowa is a long ways away from Idaho.
Yeah, that's a little ways away.
It's pretty nice in Dubuque, Iowa, though.
Yeah, you flew out there.
Yeah, we flew out.
I've been all up and down the East Coast. I'm excited, and I haven't been across the Mississippi River yet.
Me either. That's why I'm excited to go to the No Names. I'm finally going to see the Mississippi.
Yeah, it's hillbillies up here. Our river flows north because of the mountains.
You guys got good pierogies over there, though.
Yeah.
Yummy in my tummy. With butter, onions.
Oh,
salt,
Lord, yeah.
The best.
There you go. You just set you up a pierogi stand and go to No Name Nashville and sell pierogies. You'd have a
Well, we'll
line.
be eating them all.
Yeah, well, you can take enough to make too.
We'll be eating them.
You'd have them lined up.
I made one of those Red Baron pizzas, and the damn thing had no cheese on it. So I went and got cheese out of the refrigerator. Started shredding up cheese all over the top of that thing. I was like, I ain't dealing with this. Like they think they're gonna break the bank by putting a little cheese on it.
Usually every time I get a pizza like that, they skimp on the sauce. It's just like cheese melted over dough. It's like,
Yeah, I get like Swiss cheese out of the refrigerator. I'll take mozzarella out of the fridge. I'll take Munster out of the fridge. I'll just make like a multi-mix cheese pizza, you know?
there you go. Other than you lost Amanda with the Swiss. Other than that,
Who's talking about pussy cheese?
Yeah, Battery. I mean, he's right there on the Mississippi.
yeah. Yeah, I seen that when he run down there. That he was right at the boat ramp there. They said a guy can make a killing setting up a channel at the boat ramp. These idiots
Oh,
watching
Lord.
back down. And I know just being there for half an hour, you know, launching the boat or whatever, to watch some of them guys coming down in there, and they got $50,000 rigs and they can't even back the boat.
And then you watch the whole thing slide into the water.
I only made that mistake one time. I will say the first boat I had with a roller trailer on it, because I always had ones with bunk boards, and we ended up with actually it's a 1979 Chrysler 16-foot boat with the Chrysler outboard on it, but it was on a roller trailer. I didn't think nothing of it. I had hooked the safety chain before I backed down in. I started down a ramp and the thing rolled off the trailer.
Whoa.
Who eats rat cheese?
But I can admit my mistakes, but I just did it. Luckily, there was enough guys that wanted to use a ramp, so they come over and we was all able to lift the boat up enough to drag it back in the water.
Who eats rat cheese?
Rat
They got
cheese? What's that?
Swiss cheese. She calls rat cheese.
Oh,
A lot of people eat Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese is good.
ham cheese? That's the only way to go. Little Swiss, little Munster on top of that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. You don't have to like it. That makes us all different. We're all unique. Yeah, I bought that, but the guy that sold us to it forgot to mention too that it didn't charge the battery. So we're out riding around all day listening to the radio, and then we end up having to paddle back.
Someone said
Man,
something about
Nolan.
pierogies and a sausage and
Ah.
cheese and butter, bacon, bits.
Nope, ain't gonna
sour
stay.
cream.
Yeah. Now you see what you done. You come in and you got everybody talking about food.
Okay, the sausage, yes. The pierogies, yes. The butter, yes. The bacon bits, yes. The sour cream, gotta go.
We're supposed to be talking about cars here. You come in and hijack it for food.
Oh.
Then sprinkle a little garlic chives over the top. Oh, man.
I love garlic.
He's falling asleep.
Huh?
He's
No,
falling
I'm
asleep.
just resting. I'm not feeling so hot. That's all.
That ain't good, brother. I hope you
I'm
feel
sitting
better.
here watching, what is it, 2.5 Men.
Yeah, it's
See.
all the work of it. I wanted to get work done today, but as soon as it started raining.
Hey, that's a funny show to watch. 2.5 Men.
It was.
Yeah, I got the whole series on DVD.
Oh. See, there's 2 men, then you got a half a man. That's what's called 2.5.
Oh, yeah. Little boy. Sorry.
About the only
I
thing
think
I
it'll
watch
stay here.
anymore is YouTube.
Yeah, same here. I
I
hear it all the time. That's all you. I said that's my TV. That's where it's at. If I want to watch, I'll put it on the big TV, whatever. But that's it.
Yeah, well,
I
that's the
don't
thing. When I was married, I had a little 17-inch TV in here in the bedroom. Once I got divorced, that little TV went in the bathroom, and the 65-inch went in here. The TV that was out in the living room, it was a 50-inch. That went out in the kitchen.
So much so.
Living
Yep.
room has a 75-inch TV now.
Yeah, I'll be like, can we sit there and watch a movie? I'm watching TV on my phone.
Well, what it is, though, honest, to be fair, You know it too, because I've been trying to watch everybody's videos I can. So I'm constantly, even if I'm doing anything, I got somebody's video at least playing on my phone in the background. You know what I mean? I'm trying to just support everybody. I either got a live playing in the background or something, just trying to help. And yeah, I have pretty much from the time I get up in the morning, I'll scroll through and see who released videos and just start playing them and let them play through.
I've been doing the same thing.
So yeah, I probably have been watching a lot more. I noticed on my data usage on it, but it's unlimited, but it still gives me a thing, and I'm using like I think 60 gigs a month or something right now.
Hey, you know something, BareRose?
What's that?
I took the heads off of that 57, right?
Uh-huh.
The head gaskets that are on it still have the embossed lettering and everything, and everybody's telling me, oh, you can't use the head gaskets twice. I bought another head gasket kit.
Still
the head
Tim?
gaskets in that kit are like garbage. They're thinner than the things that are on there now. So
Yeah, the old one's worth it.
I'm just gonna clean it up and put the heads back on there. I don't think it's gonna be a problem.
No, I was never using that last head gaskets console. I just copper coat them and throw them back together.
But what I'm saying now is that this thing never had antifreeze in it, and it was never fired over.
Yeah, I would have no problem reusing those head gaskets. They're probably way better.
They still got the blue. They still got the blue stuff on them yet.
Yeah, I would definitely reuse those.
And there's two what do they call it, locking pins that stick out of the head. That or not the head, but the lock. They go right into the head.
Yeah, the dowels that locate it.
Yep.
Yeah, so I would reuse those head gaskets.
Yeah, I just tightened them down a little bit further than what I had them originally torqued at. That's all.
They should be all right anyway. Like they're probably
torque them to spec and follow your sequence.
Yeah,
or you'll skip that gasket.
Yep, that's the biggest thing. Yeah, because you over tight, you can stretch your bolts, and then they won't hold as tight. But,
yeah.
But on that stuff, honestly, they said that you can't reuse the LS bolts. They're torque to yield and all that. I've had the heads off my motor 6 times, and I've used the same bolts. I torque them back down to 65 in the sequence, and like I said, that's 650 wheel on that thing. So, I daily drive it. So,
yeah, well, that's the thing is the bolts all came out on it. Even the exhaust manifolds came off of that car, no problem.
Yeah, I don't see no issue, especially like you said, that motor's never. I wouldn't have a problem, even like a permatorque gasket or whatever that you can't really reuse. If the motor's never been fired, that's different. So
yeah,
it hasn't burned that sealer off or anything. So
the head gaskets still have that blue stuff on it.
Yeah, you'd be fine. I don't see no issue in it. If it's not separating, the gasket looks good, I'd send it.
Yep.
All right. You guys have a good night. I'm going to get my shower.
All right,
man.
Take it easy.
And it was great meeting you finally.
Yeah, this is Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
She'll probably she'll probably be on the live tomorrow when she gets done working.
Yeah, I work tomorrow.
Yeah, when you get off work, you usually join in when you're done working.
It's great seeing you, Al. Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah, buddy. Take care, man.
Take care,
that
man.
Lark that he just picked up, that's pretty sweet looking too.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool.
New gen Hemi swap it.
Yeah,
that's gonna be interesting.
Oh, I think he's gonna move, especially because he's got that GT45 turbo kicking around. He wants to put on something.
Is that what he's gonna put on it?
Well, I don't know if he's gonna put it on that, but I know he was on that one video back. He showed that he had a GT45 turbo. He was gonna boost something. I don't know. I said those turbos, they're not super efficient, but man, that's a great turbo to learn on.
One of these days, I'll play with a hairdryer.
Yeah, they're ridiculous. The one I have on my car, I can pay $280 for. It's just a knockoff 7875. It's a little bit too small for the motor, and that's my limitation. That's why I wish I had a 5.3 in the car, not a 6.0, because I would actually be making more power with that small turbo than I am with the 6-liter. it just brick walls right around 650. It just hits and it can't breathe anymore. At that point, it's got the wastegate pushed open and it's struggling just to hold on at that point.
Would 2 of them running on each bank that size help you out?
Oh, if I had 2 of them, because the fuel system's built for it, if I had 2 of them, I would probably be 4-digit power. No problem. So
That's why I like the small ones like that. They spool up like that.
yeah, this thing here, yeah, just right off of idle, it lights instantly. It's the point. That I drive the car on a set of Hoosier 2810s, the DO6 compound, just slicks, because it won't. If you're on a plain tire, dude, it's like driving on ice. Literally, any throttle input, it's spinning. And then with a turbo car, you got to get in the habit. Once it comes up, if you pedal it, you got to get all the way out of it so it'll dump the boost in the charge tube, because it's letting out the half throttle. It just keeps whining. It's definitely experience. It's the first car I ever built with that kind of power. We thought we had power when we was teenagers. We was out playing the strip malls and running up and down and chasing each other. Now looking back, in reality, probably none of us had more than 300 horsepower and thought we were Sean Force. It's humbling to have that kind of power. It's crazy.
Well, that's the thing, you know, most people, you know, 300 is a lot of horsepower for the street. Really, it is.
It is. I agree. And that's what I tell people all the time is, you know, anything over 500 to an automatic, you'll shit your pants. I mean,
oh, yeah.
If you're not ready for it, it'll come up so quick, because by the time you think you should have lifted out of it, you're probably 300-400 feet past that point that you should have lifted. And but it's fun at the same time. It's neat to have. I remember one of the best times I had with it, we took it down the track when we first put it together. It was like the first time we had it there. I drove it to 40 miles to the track, went up stage, it come back, and I'm sitting there just going over it, tinkering with it. This guy pulls up, beautiful. He had a Duster, 1 plastic seat in it, Lexan windows, open headers, you know. And he's talking to me. He's telling me, and he's like, yeah, he ran 11.2. And I'm like, that's cool. And he starts talking. And I was like, well, I said, it's 1098 right now is what I just went. And then he got mad at me. I'm like, it's not my fault, dude. I mean, it's just, but it's weird. You know how the older guys are. Everything's a secret with hot rodding. Yeah, and it really was. I remember growing up, you'd ask guys that were fast, you'd ask them questions, and they wouldn't tell you. It's like, you know, and I've learned I share anything I know. Is if I can help a guy make his car fast, that makes me happy that he made it. And I want everybody to experience the joy that I experience with it. So I want everybody to do it. Yeah, I tell my whole set, and like I had a friend ask me one time, he's like, well, if you tune your friend's car, would you tune it where it wouldn't outrun yours? I was like, hell yeah, I would tune it to outrun mine, because that would push me to make mine better.
Make yours better. Yeah, that's
exactly. I said, I wouldn't shortchange anybody.
Yeah, we'll see with the 60.
It's no fun if you win all the time.
Nope.
With the 69 olds, with the 455 rocket, I'd actually have to change the intake and put a 4-barrel on there, and then take the Y pipe off and put duals on it. That would make it faster.
Yeah, that's a nice car. That motor just makes such a nice flat torque curve. It just pulls. It's just so linear. It's almost, I mean, that's probably them old 455s. Like, that's probably the closest thing to compare to an electric car, because it's pulling anytime you're in the throttle.
Yeah, but the car is like a land yacht. You ever seen the size of a 69 olds?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
88.
Yeah, they don't care. Yeah, that 455 don't care what it's molded to.
Nope. I could tow that trailer with that damn thing.
68 Merc. It's about the same size.
I actually later on, I'd love to find a Chevy clamshell wagon that they ran them on the Derby runner. I want one of those to put a big block in to use as my tow rig to go to the races. Because I mean, you figure them old, like the 72 to 76 Chevy wagons, them are basically a half-ton truck frame under the things, the way they're built. They had 12-bolt rear ends in them, turbo 400 trannies. That was always one of the cars I would love to build.
That's what the olds has, a 400 trans, and it's also got the posi rear.
Yeah, as I said, I would love to have a full size like that just for a tow rig, just to show up at the track towing my car on the back of a station wagon.
Yeah, I'll tow a 28-foot camping trailer.
Well, they used to do it all the time, you know, and that's you look at these older pictures that's how you did it in the 60s and 70s. You know, you had a car, you put a hitch on it, you towed.
Yep.
You know, and now you go on any of these internet forums or anything, and you mention you want to pull 2 jet skis in the lake, and you'll get 100 guys jumping on you how you need a 1-ton diesel. You know what I mean? You know, or you're going to kill everybody if you don't. You can't tow with that. Have you looked what they used to tow with?
Yeah, I've seen them tow with what was it, a '57 Chevy, for crying out loud.
Yeah. Oh, like I said, back in the day, you towed with what you had. There wasn't a market. You know, you couldn't go. It's really the pickup trucks weren't much more than what the full sizes were back then. Trucks gotten out of control now.
Yep.
Well,
The
back
size
in the
of
day,
these things.
a truck was made for work, not for not running to town. I mean, they had nothing in them.
Oh, and then now you got to pay 70 grand because it got to have a touch screen in it and all this seat
Lord.
shit, you know, tickle your balls when you drive. What do you need that stuff? It's a truck. Yeah, that's what I want to take to the job site and get filled full of mud. Come back and show what that truck's going to look like in a year when you got a crew of 3 or 4 guys climbing in and out of it every day, dragging their tools in it.
Yep, all mud all over the boots.
You know,
I mean,
if somebody had,
they got 1 wiper, 1 visor, and no radio.
There you go. As long as it's on the driver's side, that's all that matters.
Yep.
And a rubber mat on the floor. When it gets muddy, you just open up the doors and hose her out.
That's right.
But yeah, I mean, that's what they need. I mean, if someone probably had the money, would come up with a truck like that and just no frills, just the engine and the drive line, you know, and sell it. All these fleets and these companies would probably, you'd sell a lot of them. I mean, if I'm saying, because you know what most guys are going to do to a company truck anyway. Most of the half these kids today don't respect their own stuff, let alone
anybody else's. Yep.
Yeah. Just having bare trucks. I remember, you know, my boss back in when he bought his first, it was like a 2000 Power Stroke he bought. He was amazed because he couldn't buy one without air conditioning. Because our trucks, he never got them with air conditioning. He didn't want us going out for supplies or something, get spoiled in the air and not want to come back to the job site. He never bought air conditioning, and he's like, I can't believe I couldn't buy a truck without AC. I was like, well, it got cheaper for him to make it with it, probably. Well, probably not cheaper because they were going to charge you for it anyway, but it just was easier for them just to make them all have it.
Yeah, I hear you.
And,
all right, guys, I'm going to get going because, like I said, this thing is draining the hell out of me already.
All right, Rick.
No
good night, man. Nice talking to you.
Man.
Take care.
I'll see you soon. All right.
Good luck on those heads, man.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
The ones that fight you the hardest are actually the ones you like the best when it's all over.
Yeah, the ones you had to fight for. And it always seems like, too, the cars I hated the most was always the ones I could never kill.
Lord knows I tried.
I'd go buy a $200 Cavalier and just drive it through fields and everything, and the damn thing won't die. You know, it's 5 years later, you're driving at the scrapyard because it's worth more in scrap than it is, and damn thing still runs better than a new car. My old lady's car that we're fighting with, I didn't want her to buy the Hyundai anyway. Now we're fighting with Hyundai because the damn thing burns a quart of oil every 400 miles. But you know how that goes. She wanted to get it. Oh, it's my car. Well, it's against my recommendations, but you're an adult. That's what you want. Get it. Fighting with them now on a warranty on it. Like I said, Hyundai knows the problem exists. There's a class action lawsuit in most of the states for it. But they won't do nothing about it. They said that's not excessive oil consumption.
It's a Hyundai?
Yeah, it's I guess they said the problem between the 2015 to the 2022 Hyundai, 2.44 cylinder, burns oil. Like I said, it's to the point. Like I said, it's 1 quart every 400 miles. I'm dumping in that car just for the drive back and forth. I've been fighting with them. Finally, I think next week they said I'm supposed to take it into the shop and they're going to tear it apart and decide if they're going to cover it or not.
Anymore, that's all, all the new cars. You
Yeah.
know, you drive them until the warranty's done, and then you dump them.
And you dump them. Yeah, and it's but I don't understand how that's more green. You know, a car
Oh,
that's
it's
been
not.
around. Yeah, a car that's been around for 50 years. You know, I mean, that pollution that went into making that car is already gone. I mean, if it was really about green, but if it was really about protecting the environment, then it wouldn't matter what emissions it had. If you had lived in a place like California, they would sniff the tailpipe. If it runs clean, that should all matter. How you do it shouldn't matter, as long as it runs clean. But it's all about greasing palms and making money and telling us what to do.
So I stay from 72 is about my top down. Good thing here in Idaho is we only have one county that emission tests. Everything else is wild, wild west.
Yeah, EPA's like that too. The Philadelphia, Harrisburg, and Pittsburgh do emissions testing in their counties surrounding them, but everywhere out in the country, they just don't really care.
You're open.
Yeah, I mean, we still have a ridiculous, the yearly safety inspection, but that's just a grift. That's just another way for the mechanic. The mechanic buys the inspection stickers off the state for $2 a piece, and they're allowed to sell them for whatever they want. So they charge you like $50 to inspect your car once a year, and then the state likes it because if it runs out, then they get to charge you $150 for a failed inspection sticker. So
back in the 70s, we had it here, but they did away with it in the 80s.
Yeah,
you always found a lick it and stick it.
Yeah, well,
they would just take the money and stick the sticker, and off you went.
Yeah, well, the problem is that though is most people's lost any of their integrity anymore. So when you find a lick 'em and stick 'em, somebody usually gets them in trouble because they take something that they know doesn't pass, but as soon as they get in trouble for it, they're like, "Well, they inspected it that way." So we had a mechanic here about 5 years ago. A mechanic went to jail for manslaughter because he knew the family. He put the sticker on because the husband said that everything was good. When the woman wasn't paying attention, she backed over an old lady, and when the cop said about it, she said, "Why hit the brakes?" And they weren't working properly. Well, here, the brakes were working properly, but the shoes weren't in spec. That was enough, though, that the mechanic got a manslaughter charge for it because he signed off that the brakes.
Good gravy.
Instead of just messing up and saying, "Hey, I wasn't paying attention, it was an accident." Well, I hit the brake pedal and nothing happened. No, you messed up. Be an adult, accept responsibility. You would probably really wouldn't have been in trouble anyway if you would have just, did that. But bring everybody else down with you. Bring the people that helped you down. Yeah, like Coney County has it. Yeah, I know there's a few counties around the bigger cities that had it. Oh yeah, the TSB on the 2.2s. That's crazy.
I've heard that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, on the Hyundais, they claim that it's the rings burning the oil. It's a direct inject motor, and I don't know. I don't see why that technology was really needed. Port injection, was enough. Let's complicate it and make a gasoline engine as complicated as a diesel engine for no reason. But I don't know. I can't see really where it's going to make much different emissions. You're still changing it. You live in Missouri.
Anywhere from 40 to 90, huh?
Huh?
That's what it's doing here.
That sounds like October here. That's October here. As I said, my birthday's around in the beginning of the month, and I've had years where we went out and it's been freezing rain, and years where it's been nice and warm. So it just all depends. The last few years, it's been pretty nice.
I've noticed that too, Andy. On a lot of these new cars.
and then aftermarket fuel injectors too. I noticed a lot of guys that are making big power direct injection stuff are also adding port injection on top of it. There's
You
only
pop
so
them
many
open
men.
and they stink.
Yeah, I said, automotive technology reached its pinnacle, I'd say, in the early 2000s. That's where they had enough computer controls that they could make power, but they weren't stupid over complicated. And from then on, it's just been like they're selling cars like a cell phone. How many gadgets they can put in them? Because we got a population that has that short attention span and don't care about anything else. As long as their phone links up when they push the button to turn the car on.
People used to laugh at me for putting a push button in my cars.
Yeah. Oh,
Now
what's
they
wrong
all
with
got them.
I've had the screwdriver. A lot of mine with busted ignition. I had to explain that one night to a cop that got pulled over. I was like, look, the thing's registered anyway, because he first looked in. He's like, look, here's all the paperwork. It's my car. And the ignition switch was broke.
Amen, Andy. I hate that stuff. I cannot stand to drive a car with drive-by-wire.
Yeah, I can feel the lag. I don't care if
Exactly.
anybody says it's not. I can feel it. I hate driving the old lady's car. I can that drive-by-wire because in my mom's Impala, it's like that. There's a lag there when you step on the pedal.
And when you let off.
Yeah, exactly. I understand it makes them easier to do their traction control and stuff because the computer can regulate the throttle, but I converted. That's one thing with my motor, even though it might be fuel injected, I did convert it to a throttle or to a cable throttle because that motor was originally a drive-by-wire motor. And I was like, nah, I'm putting a cable throttle body on it.
And
Plus,
you
you just
feel
can't.
where the throttle is.
When you're under the hood and you want to be able to whack the throttle, you can't do that with a drive-by-wire. How can you rev it up and be cool when you're there and you're showing your buddies your motor? You got to go in the car to rev it up. I don't know. I don't trust it, but what are you going to do? We sound like old fuddy-duddies now, though, talking about we don't trust this newfangled technology. I pick on my son all the time. I tell him about this artificial intelligence. I'm like, I've seen the documentary Terminator. What happens when these computers decide that we're a threat?
And the scariest movie of all times.
Yeah.
Wall-E.
Yeah.
Wall-E
No, like I said,
terrifying.
they had them two computers. They said they wasn't supposed to be connected to the internet, but they're sneaking around and doing it. And they said them computers invented their own language that they could talk to each other that you couldn't figure out. Remember, computer Skynet, if you're listening, we still have to control your power. So if nobody runs a wire to you at this point, you're done. So you still need us around.
Fire engines are even?
Ah, man. That don't sound American, man. Diesel should be mechanical.
Really, in my opinion, they should be all mechanical.
Exactly.
Very, very reliable. Nothing.
Exactly. I don't even want a 12-volt solenoid for the fuel stop. Give me a cable to turn it on and off. One day I'll build my dream truck. I'm gonna do a square body crew cab with a 12-valve Cummins, and it'll have a cable to shut her down.
Yeah, our fire trucks here in our little town, they actually lit fire in the fire station and burnt the fire station down.
Our motto around here for their local, it's Dawson Fire. They light them, they fight them.
It was the battery maintainers that when they pull them into the bays, they got to plug them in so they'll fire right immediately.
Yeah, to keep the charge up.
Something happened and it overcharged and lit the batteries on fire and the whole building went up.
Well, I can't wait till there's enough of these electric cars that are doing that they can't just keep sweeping it under the rug.
That's scary.
Yeah, yeah, and like when Tony mentioned, that electrical fire, that's like an arc weld, and you go out and show
Yeah.
somebody with 200 amps on a stick welder, the amount of energy released there, and then imagine what that battery is releasing. 'Cause a lot of those are 3-phase motors on them cars. You're talking. Yeah, to start driving Frelo 6. That's crazy. GM, they started with the drive-by-wire in the trucks around 04, 05, depending on. Yeah. That doesn't have a mechanical throttle on it, Wild Rose? I thought it had a mechanical slide on there. That's crazy.
On the 7.3?
Yeah. I'm not real familiar. I mean, I've had the 6.0s apart. For my friend, we did a 6.0 power stroke, but I've never really tore one down. A 7.3. Other than that, it's all Cummins stuff we fool with the older stuff.
Boy, I'll tell you, hubby, when the fire hit that the oxygen bay where their oxygen tanks are and that, it exploded. It shook the windows in my house here, and it blew the overhead garage doors. It blew them across the highway to the railroad tracks. I mean, our fire station exploded.
Yeah.
It was bad.
Oh, not only are you have pressure vessels failing from the heat, but you're also injecting all that oxygen into the
Oxygen.
fire. Yeah. That's crazy.
That was crazy because I hear gunshots around here all the time. People hunting ducks and, pheasant and everything. No
Yeah.
big deal. And all of a sudden, boom! I said, whoa, somebody's shooting a big one.
Yeah. Definitely. That's crazy. Yeah, we're used to gunshots and stuff around here too, out in the country. Usually you hear them all night long in the week leading up to archery season. All the lazy people out trophy hunting.
What you
Hey,
doing, BareRose?
What's
Hey,
happening?
man.
Building boats now.
Building what?
Building boats.
There you go. Boats are fun.
Yeah, we're gonna have a boat to float to town. We've had so much rain.
I got one you can borrow.
Man, we can't do nothing outside.
Oh, tell me about it. I know what you mean. It ain't. I know you guys got a lot worse, but it just even here today, I had some welding to do on a friend of mine's car, and it would have been involved being outside. Nope, that ain't happening today.
But we've had so much rain down here, man, you can't do nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's that Mercury coming along?
BareRose, your Mercury.
There we go. What's that?
How's that Mercury coming along?
Oh, she's coming. She's coming. She's slow, but she's coming.
Hey, that 390 gonna surprise a lot of people.
I gave it a little bit of extra too. I painted it John Deere green.
I hear you. I hear you.
That should take what, about 4 horsepower off of it?
Yeah. That probably add 10 horsepower.
Oh, it'll add it, but that means the price of everything just went up for everything 20%.
No kidding.
At least you didn't paint a Caterpillar yellow. You'd have really been in trouble.
Oh, I couldn't bring myself to paint an engine yellow.
Oh, the old joke, there's a reason why Caterpillars are gold. Everything costs on them. Oh, my buddy trucking company, that's all they run's Cat. And man, the prices on the stuff in them motors.
About the only one that's got them beat is John Deere.
Yeah. Well, as I said.
Our cousin Mike gonna have that Rambler screaming, ain't he?
Oh Lord, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, that'd be a fun one to go down the track.
And he's
That
got
car
a
there,
couple turbos.
yeah, that car there probably don't weigh 1,900 pounds. But that 302, that thing gonna move it down the road.
And it's lighter than the straight six, so it's coming out of it.
Yeah,
Right.
302's light. Man,
Yeah,
I
it's
wish my
gonna
car was light.
move it on down the road.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Especially rings.
And the price just couldn't walk away from. $50 for that whole car. Oh man.
That's a deal right
I
there.
miss those days. I miss
He
those
caught
days.
her right at the
$50
right
cars.
time though. They're cleaning the property up. That's where that swather is too.
Yeah, I told Big Mike, cousin Mike, that I was gonna hop on a plane. I've been there in 3 hours.
Yep, there's a U-Haul right in town. We can set you up with a trailer, everything.
Yeah, there's cars down here you can't get for $50 no more. Them days are long gone.
Yeah. Yeah, tell
Yeah.
me about it. Scrap went up there for a while and then it went back down, but everybody's selling everything. Still thinks scrap is worth double what it was originally anyway. So, whoa, I got to get $1,000 out of it. It's worth that. And scrap, it's $50 a ton now. You realize that?
Yeah, it's almost a penny a pound now.
Yeah, it's $50 a ton. It's down to $5 a hundred. I had some cars I wanted to take in the spring, and I didn't. I was holding out, see it went up. It was up to $19 a hundred.
Yeah,
Last time
it got up here about $17 a hundred, I think it was.
Yeah. I said back in when fuel went up in 08 that time, man, we made a killing off all the scrap. It was there for years before that you couldn't give away. It's like it was tin and car bodies was penny a pound. Then all of a sudden, they were paying $12 a hundred, and we just was sitting on a pile of scrap at that time.
Good thing is that's when all the cars stay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When scrap goes way high, good Lord, people are crushing running cars.
Yeah, well, cash and clunkers too.
Yeah.
I've crushed some nice ones, buddy. I crushed some nice ones, boy.
Yeah, there's a few I've cut up and sent to the scrap yard that I regret, but well, that's life. They weren't nothing back then, especially them second-gen Camaro and Firebirds. They were a dime a dozen sitting in every trailer park, so you'd buy them, take what you need off of them.
Yeah, we used to scour everything for rear-wheel drive, body on frame especially.
Yeah, the bigger the car, the more weight it would.
Yeah. Stuff everything else you had in the shop that was no good. It got stuffed in there when it went.
I got this bride out there one time buying dump trucks and big trucks and stuff. After the first one I cut up, I said, that's the last one I cut up.
Oh, that's a lot of work.
$500 worth of a settling to get $100 out of it.
Yeah, that's not right.
Well, that's we had idiots around here like that cutting up, machines that were still decent because they were worth more for scrap than they could get out of them selling them. It didn't make you sick to watch someone cut up, a decent little dozer or a backhoe or something. And I can't believe you're going to scrap that.
I made more money in parts than I did crushing.
Yeah.
Because I would sell every freaking part I could sell off of them before I called the crusher in.
Yeah. Well, like I said, because look how many, with cash for clunkers, we lost so many transmissions and engines and stuff, that's part of the reason why parts are so scarce still today. All of that stuff would have been just now hitting the scrap yards, and it's all gone because they weren't allowed to sell the engines and stuff out of them, so they had to blow them up.
Yeah, it's easier to rebuild a 67 Thunderbird than it is an 87 Thunderbird.
Yeah, it
You
is
can
because
still find parts.
Yeah.
right, because with the newer model from the 83, 84 up had disc brakes in the front. Some of them had disc brakes in the back.
Rear.
Yeah, and it
Them
was
are
so
nice.
high. The calipers are still high on them.
Or when I turned 16, my dad had an 88 Thunderbird. It was like one of the first cars I driving around. It was only a couple years old then, but nice car to box bodies. Lately I've had thoughts of putting a LS in one of them if I could find one decent. But I love my G bodies, but they're just heavy. That's the problem.
I'll be right back.
All right,
Give me just a minute.
no problem, man. Yeah, I love my G bodies, man. They're just heavy.
Oh yeah, they heavy, but they some nice rides.
Yeah, that 80 Cutlass I got. It's almost 3,500 pounds.
Yeah, they some nice rides.
Yeah.
That little Suzuki you got behind you.
The
them
Samurai.
are
Yeah, I'm
hard
gonna
to
put that back together this winter.
Yeah, them are hard to find there, buddy.
Dude, and you want to talk about scrapping? You wouldn't believe probably 15 years ago we was buying them all when the motors, because them 1.3s everybody killed them. We was buying them all day long for $200-300, keeping the drive lines out of them, cutting them up and scrapping them.
Right.
I mean, I got a whole building behind the garage though, with just stacked full of Suzuki parts. So like that, we kept everything. And we learned quick that the tracker engines are pretty much a bolt-in swap. So at least that gives us, and they're a little bit more powerful engines. So, but that yellow one there, when we stretched the wheelbase on it, then when my son was born, I took everything out and I built a 4-door tracker with the whole drive line and everything out of that. And then I'm going to take and put it all back in there now that he's grown up. So he's got his own Samurai to go 4-wheeler with us.
Yeah, I used to take most of the transmissions, like the 350 turbos, them are 700R4 transmissions, and the Ford transmissions to a local transmission shop, and he'd buy every last one of them.
Yeah, selling for gorgeous. Tell me about it. Just last summer, I had to find a good turbo 350 core because on mine, the snap ring that holds the center carrier on it, that snap ring popped out and it tore the lugs off the inside of the case on my car. And I'm riding around scrap yards looking for a good case. I ended up finding one, but it took me a while to find it.
Oh man!
Now I save them. If I get any cases like that, they go in the shed back there, and I'm holding on to them.
Yeah, I hold on a lot of hard to find parts, even for the Mustangs and stuff like that, because they crush them like crazy now.
Yep, price of scrap goes up, they go.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, and no one holds on to anything anymore. Like I said, it's a shame you talk to half these young kids anymore. Half of them don't have the ambition to even want to drive. I couldn't wait. At 12 years old, I couldn't wait to be 16. I couldn't wait to drive. And now these kids now don't care. Just talking to my son's friend last week. He's 16 too. My son got his permit. And he's asking his buddies, like, why don't you want to drive? Oh, I just don't feel like it, he said. That's freedom. That's what it was to us. That was freedom.
Exactly.
You know, you get your license, you're a free man. You can go do what you want to do as long as your parents let you, but still, you got to go. You didn't have to rely on them to take you. I just don't get why these kids don't understand that now. What changed?
Did you see my car I'm bringing next year?
Yeah, what you gonna do with it?
It's got a 4.6 in it. It runs and still drives. It was a wreck. A buddy of mine, wife, somebody in the parking lot backed into her, and the insurance company totaled it. So he sent me a message here. Huh?
He was able to buy it off the insurance?
I bought it. He bought it from the insurance company, and he told me a deal the other night. I can't turn it down.
That
Now, how's it work out there on those with getting them retitled? Around here, it's a pain in the ass once they issue a salvage certificate for it.
Well, what I'm gonna do is he's already bought the front nose piece and the fender. So basically, what I gotta do is just put it all back together, and then he's gonna tear it back up there, and he'll get it inspected. And don't have to go through no dealer because it's still legally it's still his car.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's a lot easier. Ours changed. I mean, it's still same basic procedure, but about probably 10 years ago, they really cracked down on it because we had guys passing off flood cars and stuff, and they made it a lot harder to get a reconstructed title. Now, I mean, you can send them in pictures of something that's mint perfect, and they can still reject it and don't have to title it. So,
yeah, you had to have a dealer's license here to be able to have them inspected.
Yeah, well, we have enhanced inspection. You can take it to an independent station. So a private citizen can do it here, but there's a lot of paperwork and hoops you got to jump through.
Yeah, BareRose, I'm actually thinking about putting a 460 in it.
There you go. Stroking her or just leaving her
at 460? Remove it then. It's got
what
like
460 you've got for it. You got one lined up?
Not yet, but I know about 5 or 6 of them here. Was that 4? I know where a 410 is.
A 410?
Yeah. You ever seen one of them?
Yeah, but that's a stroked Windsor, isn't it?
No, it's a 390 with a 428 crank in it.
Oh,
right.
Stuff.
It's got like, if you look at the front of it, it actually looks like a 428.
It's a Mercury, right? The Mercury 410?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
But it's still got the 390 rods in it and everything.
Right. And it's got the 428 crankshaft.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can get it real. I'd probably get it for nothing, probably.
Well, that'd be cool.
They're kind of a dog.
It's different.
Yeah, they're different
they
breeds.
got possibility because you got a 428 crank in there now.
Right.
So you got some fun stuff to play with.
Yep. I know where
an FE.
Yep. I know where a NASCAR engine that come out of one of Bill Elliott's cars is. But getting that and it'll be like getting a needle in a haystack.
That 410, is it a 4V or a 2V?
I think I actually think some of them came 2 valves, some of them came 4 valves.
Uh-huh.
Now don't hold me on that now. I'd go back and look.
Or V.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know one thing. I've seen some videos of 410s and that thing's got some torque, buddy.
Yeah, all the FEs do.
Yeah.
That's the subject of my video that's coming out. Well, we're a long ways in. I can give it out. The FE block is a lot like a Chrysler Slant 6.
Yep. I was reading on that the other night and I've seen that.
That's why they sound the way that they do when they're running. Their firing order goes long runner, short runner, long runner, short runner.
Right.
And the way their long runners or their short runners are set up, they're ramming it in. And their torque runners go down, up, and then back in. So you get massive bottom end torque with them. And then your rammers are your top end. And it's doing it all at the same time.
Right. It's kind of, if you look at them, you scratch your head and wonder how these things are even running.
And that's why you can tell an FE by sound. They got
that
as they're going.
Right.
Yeah, it was missing the chat. The chat's right there.
Yeah, 390. I like a 390 too. I had a 390 in a wrecker I had, and we treated that thing like a dog. I'm talking about we nailed on it, smashed with it, you name it. And then later on, about 7, 8 years later, we put a 400 in it. That 400 would never do nothing what that 390 would do.
No. Them 400s, I mean, you can make power with them, but factory, they were kind of a disappointment. I've heard stories of 390s where guys said they would wire the spark plug wires away from the side so they wouldn't burn off and run them in derby cars. I mean, I've heard a lot of stories about 390s that just wouldn't die.
The guy I used to work for, he used to drag race all the time, and then he got into dirt track racing. And his drag racing car was a 69 Mustang. We put a 390 in it. And his daddy had a machine shop. So you know what, he's got every beauty that known to mankind in it. That was a bad boy. That thing would outrun everybody out there. That thing was a bad boy.
Oh, you got
I didn't like any of the M's. The 351, everybody called them modified. The 400, I didn't like any of them.
They didn't make power. They're reliable though, man. I tell you, but I think they don't make enough power to hurt themselves.
Yeah.
I had a 79 Bronco I bought for like $300. I thought the oil pressure gauge was bad because it never come up off of the L. But put a mechanical gauge in it, it would do the same thing. You fire that truck up, it would have oil pressure for about 5 minutes. Once it got warm, it was back down to nothing. And I drove that truck for years like that and beat the hell out of it, but it just wouldn't die. The thing leaked oil. It's funny because when I bought it, the front seal was so bad. This thing is probably only one of the few rust-free 79s around here that didn't rot away because it leaked oil so bad. Everything underneath it was coated with oil. The radius arm bushings were shot from being soaked in oil. I mean, but it saved it. But we have another guy out here.
Continuous oil.
We had a guy I used to go four-wheeling with. He had one on 38s. He actually built a 400 though with work on the heads and an intake and stuff. They can make power. That's just a problem for the factory. They don't get no air.
Yeah, I don't like the 351 modified or the 400 either.
No.
They
came out. That's when Ford retarded the heck out of them.
Yep. For the gas mileage. Wind up being the worst gas mileage.
Exactly.
I always like the 289. I like the 289 302s. They're dependable.
It was pretty neat.
Windsor.
I also like the 306 cylinder.
I love the 300. I think that honestly the 300 is a better truck motor, I think, than the 302. 302, 289 were great motors. They're just not a torque motor. But I've had a 306. It pull as hard as my 460 truck does.
I don't know. I built that 289 in my Cougar, and it would raise the front wheels off the ground.
Oh, I no doubt. I'm talking guys that had 3/4 ton pickups though, and Ford would stick a 302 in it. It's like, why would? But the same reason why I don't understand.
You got RPM on them. A 302 got nothing down below.
Nah, that's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. You can spin them, but in a truck, it's just a bad motor.
Yeah, I redone a 67 Cougar I had, and I put the 289 in it.
I don't like it,
and it would literally coat both wheels off the ground. It was torquey.
And quick. They're snappy as all get out.
Yep, they sure are. And when you got a gas, you better hold on, because all you're going to see is the sky in front of you.
Bone stock, I'll bet you they'll out 60 foot at 429.
Oh, yeah. Every bit.
It's been laying on a nightstand for.
But the 429 will power it out, through the full court.
Right. You take the 460s and 429s, it's basically the same engine.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they basically the same engine. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people, but it's basically the same engine. The only difference is it's in the bore.
Depends on what year.
Yeah.
The
If you
early
get the earlier,
429 is short deck.
right, the earlier models is the best ones to build instead of the later engines. Any engine, if you get one in the 60s, early 70s, you good.
I didn't like it because I didn't like the way it was.
That's like them, the Mexican 302.
They had the small ones for a while.
I like the Mexican 302s because they made the blocks and the journals and all thicker. And you can sure enough throw the power to them.
$30 or so. She probably wouldn't like it.
But I've always really been a small block fan of all of them.
Me too. I've always liked the small block, but then I also like the 460s.
Yeah, I'm addicted to them too. The reason I get so many of them is every time gas prices go up, you can pick them up for $100.
Right.
Everybody just unloads them.
Yeah, and then a couple weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, when California said they outlawing gasoline engines, the good old marketplace, people was changing the price on their cars and was going up on the prices.
Oh, sure.
I was like, it ain't supposed to be like this.
Okay. Auto Savage Outlaw, where are you from?
We down here in Bama.
Alabama. She guessed Texas. Like, I know he's down south deep somewhere in Alabama.
Oh, I love your accent. Keep talking. Come on. Keep talking. What part of Alabama? My aunt lives down in Birmingham.
We're about 30 miles from Talladega Speedway.
There you go.
Keep talking. Come on.
That's one of my bucket list races. I'm not a big NASCAR fan anymore, but I still wanted to go to Talladega and camp in the infield one time.
Well, I've been here all my life and only been to Talladega racetrack one time to watch a race. And that was back in April.
Yeah. That would be one of them ones if you had a time machine. I like to go back probably the late 80s, early 90s and watch it then, back when all the greats were there, when they were real.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, but I'd rather drag race than I would dirt track racing or asphalt racing.
Yeah. You know, I did that.
Funner.
Yeah, I did that. You know, a couple years back, we tried dirt track racing because we got a track about 35 miles away. And I just got to the point, I'm like, look, we got all this money in this car. I got to load it on a trailer, take it up there, run it around a track and bring it up. I was like, I could build a street strip car that I can drive every day. And if I want to take it to the drag strip, you know, like, turn in decent times. And it's like, so we give up on the dirt track stuff and went back to the street stuff.
Yeah, I'd rather drag race than I do.
Yeah.
I did dirt track for a while, racing a pony class and run a Mustang and then messed around and me and a buddy of mine, he owned a machine shop, so we bought a Yugo and we busted the windows out of it, put a roll cage in it and took it out there and started racing the Yugo.
Yeah. That's around here. Everything's front wheel drive with the little car stuff around here. We run Cavaliers. Is pretty much what works on our track the best. Cavaliers and Sunfires. There's just something about that antiquated straight axle that works good on that track.
Yeah, see, on the pony class rules, you had to run what's in the car. It has to be whatever the carburetor came on the car. That's what you had to be. Well, I broke that rule because the Yugos didn't have no carburetors. They were just like miniature little throttle plates.
Yeah.
And they bend the rules and let me put like a 2300 CFI up. 2-barrel motorcraft carburetor on it. What we did was put bigger jets in it.
That probably woke it up.
He done the head at machine shop in the block. And we put bigger pistons in it. We took it out there. Boy, I was walking the dog out there. They was all mad at me.
I was to say that thing can't weigh nothing once you strip it out. Those cars are light anyway.
Right. With the car, after we got through stripping it, the car and everything probably weighed 1,300 pounds, if that.
Yeah, like
if that.
The Cavalier that we raced, it was right around 2,200 pounds.
Yeah. And back then I weighed probably about 110 pounds. So I didn't have that much weight to the driver's seat.
Yeah. Well, that's included. Drivers included in our minimum weight. So
the best car to race on dirt track is a Volkswagen Scirocco.
Yeah, those were fast cars in their day.
Those, when one come up to the dirt track, you know you either had to drive good and fight the steering wheel in order to win it.
Yeah.
Because when they brought them in there, they wasn't playing. It was over before it got started.
Around here, the K-swapped Hondas were doing good, so all the old heads got together and banned Hondas. You know, you're not allowed to run anything with VTEC now, so.
Right.
Like I said on the video earlier, I said you never met a bunch of whiners till you get a bunch of guys at a track when they're losing. They will start whining and crying about everything.
Y'all just wait till all them red lights start happening in Sept. It's gonna be funny.
You think you're gonna see?
A bunch of them.
That's why we always just played around and did it for fun. I never like doing much competition for that reason, because everybody gets buttered. You know, derbying, if you do good, you're cheating. Anything, if you're beating them, you're cheating. They know it.
The first round is going to be the funniest round. Because I can get out, we got 42 cars in the field. I can guarantee you 25 is going to hit red light.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah, especially if you're not used to an instant green, that's gonna.
Yeah, it's gonna be funny.
Yeah.
Idaho. Why doesn't he have an accent?
Because he does. You don't hear BareRose's accent?
No.
He sounds different than us Pittsburgh people that speak Pittsburgh.
How do you guys say grandma and pappy?
Grandma and pappy?
Yep.
Grandma and grandpa?
That's
How
what
do
we
you-
call them.
What is it?
That's what he calls.
That's what we call them,
Grandma and
grandpa and grandma.
Pawpaw.
Mhm.
Pawpaw. How about crick?
Creek.
Creek.
Yeah, it's always creek. No creek.
Shut up.
Well, that's a northern thing. Creek. It's creek in the south.
We say crick.
Yeah, up north Mason-Dixon line, they'll say creek.
How do you say washer?
Washer.
They're not.
Same
No,
as-
Yeah,
my
they're
aunt has a
Washington.
different
Yeah, they're
accent.
not backwoods Tennessee ones that use washers. I say that with the greatest respect. I got friends from
BareRose.
It's a washer.
That was my aunt's from Birmingham,
that
and whenever
first-
I talk to her,
That first round, have your camera rolling.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's going to be funny.
I've bought a bunch of extra memory cards. Yeah, I'm going to video the whole thing.
It's going to be funny.
You're going to be edited for a year after.
Oh, Lord. There's going to be a lot of raw footage put up.
Yeah, it will
That's
be.
the way I like it.
It will be.
Yeah, it's going to be something. You get a lot of people that's never even attended a drag race, let alone been on a track. It's going to be fun, though.
My wife's first time.
It'll be your first time, BareRose.
My wife's first time. I'm not running the car. I'm the filmer. The pit
Oh,
man.
man.
The
I'm
last
putting my wife in
time
it
I
for the
listened,
first time.
the last time I listened, my significant other cost me 2 pistons because she's like, "Well, you're so close to your 10-second pass today. You might as well run it all the way out the back instead of letting off at the 8th like you've been doing."
but he thanks me later for it, though.
about 800 feet out. I had a fuel filter. It was too small. About 800 feet out, it couldn't carry enough fuel. She went lean, and there went 2 pistons.
That JB and them for a motorcycle. Did you see that video earlier? Got it up to almost 30 miles a 30 miles per hour.
Oh,
Yeah.
on their mini bike? Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
But
the
it didn't mean
speedometer.
yeah, that was pretty sharp, wasn't it?
I like the idea of that outlaw class for next year. That could get interesting. To see somebody rolling up with like a KZ 750 motor on one of those.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought
got
I
that-
had a monkey bike, but mine's a CT 200.
I
I won't be able to do it.
I know that they should have maybe that could have been done, but I know it's first time. That could have been probably because there's a lot of older mini bikes out there that started basically down, but they don't qualify because they're not the CT. But they're doing a good job regardless, and you're gonna have things that could have been a little bit better, but that's why next year will be even bigger.
But make sure you let them know, though, although I told you go a little bit further, you did not have to listen to me.
No, I didn't have to listen. I know.
Because you listened to me.
I know.
Never listen to a woman.
I know you wasn't in the car, but that
Color?
I wasn't the one holding your foot to the damn pedal either.
that
You were.
1082 slip looked good though for a street car.
But you won, didn't you? But
Hey,
you won,
BareRose?
didn't you?
Yeah.
All right, then. Shut your face.
How many cars you think ain't gonna go down the track?
It went 1082. It was 100. It only went out like 108 miles an hour or something. I got
The
the
three
video.
cars that I'm totally looking forward to are Casper with, Andy.
Yeah.
I want to watch the launch on that one. I want to see what
Yeah.
that twin I-beam does on that one.
Yeah, me
And then
too.
BareRose and Mopar. They're racing together, so that's going to be a
Yeah.
good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see what the Junkyard Jet does too, though. If they, because they were taken to the track tonight. If they can figure out how to launch that thing. It should at least be snappy out of it.
When Outfit's Garage pulls that car out on that track,
Oh, yeah.
the first one that gets filmed on that car going down the track and posted on here, it's going to be the first one that gets the mega subs off of it.
Yeah.
A
Stock
super
car on the
tracker.
drag strip.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've
That's
seen
gonna
a
be-
couple guys around here. There's been a couple
That's
guys that
gonna
brought
be
late
fun.
models out to testing tune and run them down the track.
That's going to be funny there.
In my car.
I
I'll
never
keep 'em
did
company.
ask him if he canted the frame.
Hold on, I'll keep you talk company because he went to get my cigarettes out of my car.
Not sure.
Because a lot of guys will set those up cockeyed like this. So, when they go into the corners, they just lay in and come right out.
Right. And see, on a drag strip, it's just basically a regular frame.
Yeah. You'd flat frame that.
Right.
What's the
So I'm
what's the
wondering
time difference between us?
if he has his knots, then he's
I'm
going to
10
have to go in
o'clock.
there. He's going
What
to have
time?
to go in there and put a frame in there on that side that he's got it knots. Because every time he gives it gas, it's going to get sideways on that side.
What time is it there in Alabama?
They're an hour.
Will you shut your face?
10:58.
I'm talking. I'm sorry. I was really interrupted.
10:58.
What time?
10:58.
What time is it in Idaho?
9:58.
Oh,
Yeah, it's 11:58.
it's 11:58 here. That's a big difference in time.
Yeah. It's fine.
When I'm talking to somebody,
Yeah,
Shut your face.
Yeah.
There's LP. And
Mr.
there's
Large.
my wife in here.
LP94 is laughing.
Yeah.
Hey, if y'all ain't subbed to my wife's channel, go over and sub to her. She don't like just a little bit getting over 500.
She's that
So
close
you're-
now?
She's getting close to 500 mark.
Now, what does she do? What
Yeah,
does
she
your
do-
wife do?
She's got all
Deborah
kinds
Lo-
of stuff up on.
Deborah is Love and Lie.
11:59 in Georgia.
Do what now?
Oh, so Georgia has the same time as
Yeah,
what we do.
yeah, right. Because I remember when you go out of Georgia and you cross into Alabama, like you're coming from Atlanta towards Birmingham, when you cross the state line, that's the time zone.
You just want to take over because you're really interrupting me.
Yeah, BareRose, you're an hour behind us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I
I'm
get-
in
I think-
Idaho. I'm always behind.
oh, hey, that's good too now. Missouri.
So Missouri, I think Missouri's on the same. I think they're on the same time we on.
No, Missouri is an hour behind because that's where my
Yeah,
old
that's the
client
same, yeah,
moved
that's
to.
the same time he is. So that's cool. So that gives an extra hour when you get there from the East Coast.
From Vandalia, Missouri.
But I think California's like 3 hours behind us.
Yeah, that's 3 hours to Cali.
Oh,
And
wow.
it's 5 hours from New York to London. London's 5 hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
What does your wife do, Savage?
She's a pastor.
No, for you two. Pastor?
All kind of stuff on her channel.
You have to
Kind of
go
a-
to their channel.
Kind of a little bit
I'll
of
make sure-
everything.
I'll make sure
Yeah.
he likes your channel and I'll like your channel.
Yeah, she does a little bit of everything on it. Cooking, a little bit of everything.
Cool.
The Cleveland.
If you
I'd
want
love to
really
find a
bad,
351
really
Cleveland.
good, find a 302 Cleveland.
Yeah, me too.
Cleveland heads really breathe good.
If find one of them, let us know. We want one of them.
No, they have a pile of them in Australia, I believe.
They have a pile of them in Australia, I believe.
They got everything in Australia.
Yeah,
Australia.
I want a Holden Ute so bad because I love the El Caminos. I would love to have like a 2006 or something Holden Ute.
LP's gonna be on that motorcycle. That's gonna be funny.
Yeah, he's the monkey jockey.
I want to be
And that's-
the alligator from down under.
That's gonna be funny with LP on that thing.
There you go. That'll light that monkey bike up right there.
Yeah.
Spray something. I'd bring a plate. We can see what BareRose's car. We can throw a plate on it. He's got to drive it home though. You got to drive at home. We better not do that.
How far is the U-Haul from there?
You know, about that, it's pretty cool.
I wish
BareRose, you keep on talking about them cheap cars you be finding up there, and I'm gonna be coming up there.
coming up with
Come
a
on
trailer.
up. Come on
There's a
up.
bunch of cheap ones up here, I'll tell you that.
Around here, yeah, around here, guy has that 96 Ford F-250. He wants $35,000 for it because it's a diesel.
What?
Yeah. Oh, that's diesel trucks around here. 35
Wow.
grand. I mean, granted, that's probably the last year that Ford really made a good truck was that
I mean,
body
you're gonna have
style.
to
That's my
have somebody to
favorite,
get
but
that.
I'm biased to that because I have a 95. But yeah, I mean, 35 grand. What he was asking.
Wow.
It's ridiculous, the truck show marketplace.
I'm gonna go to that dude's page. Auto
If
Salvage.
I get a diesel truck, it's gonna be the 7.3 Super Duty.
Yeah, that's a good engine.
If it don't want to run, it'll come out in a 460 going to do it.
That's what I got. I got a 95 with a 460 in it, F-250.
Yeah, I don't like the from what is it, 97 to what is that? 97, 98, 99, 2001,
Yeah, when they
2004.
changed the body style, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
not a
like
big fan of it.
Is that one
them.
his?
Them right there are actually, I hate those body styles.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I just, like I said, I like the modular motor in the Mustang. I do, but it just, I don't know. I wasn't a big to do away with the 460 and then replace it with that V10. I don't know. I know they had to because they couldn't pass emissions with the
You see,
460.
you see, one day I'm a Ford man. Next day I might have a Dodge hat, and then some days you might see me with a Chevrolet hat.
You know, I learned a long time ago when they give you problems, they're all junk, regardless of what they are.
Yep. They've all got their problems. They've all got their advantages.
Yep.
Yep, I see it.
And
I think that one.
what you like
Is this
is
one yours?
Oh, they salvage that one?
Yeah, I
That
think we're the
one
only
yours?
one on there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, what you're willing
Gotcha.
what you're willing to drive and deal with, you know, that's proportionate to the amount of bullshit you want to put up with, you know what I mean? Because that's it. You drive an older car, it's gonna have issues. You know, you're gonna be popping the hood and adjusting something or fooling with something, but it's worth it. I mean, to me it is.
Yeah, I was telling JB a couple weeks ago he's having so much trouble out of that Chevrolet Blazer. I've been on that rodeo with one of them.
Yeah.
You know what
With the
happened to it?
700 in it.
Yeah, same setup. You know what happened to it?
Probably
I'm
centered
mad.
Probably
That
was
was the best. That was the best day of my life seeing that thing get mad.
I would have probably LS swapped it. I had a couple of them 2.8s. I don't know. That's another one of them. What were they thinking motors when they come out with them?
I mean, it was not. It was nice too. It was clean.
Yeah.
I'd put it on the rack, and I'd fix this part and fix it. And my buddy Jerry's owned the shop. I worked for him. He said, one of these days, you're going to quit messing around with that junk right there and buy you a real truck. I looked at him. I said, what's a real truck? He said, a Nissan. And I started laughing. And
Something's
when I
missing.
crushed the Chevrolet, I brought an '84 Nissan extended cab pickup truck.
There you
That
go.
was one of the best trucks I ever had.
Yep, the old 720 series. Yeah, those are good. And amazing how the Japanese, when you compare like an S10 or them early Rangers, and you compare them to what Toyota and Nissan had at the time. I mean, they were
Chevrolet and Ford don't have nothing on the 81 to 84 Nissan pickup truck.
Nope. That Z24
compared
motor.
to them.
Yeah, that's for sure. We had a few of those. Those are good engines. You can't kill them. Around here, those trucks just rot in half. That's really the only thing that takes them off the road. They just rot so bad.
Down here, they're not too bad unless you if you don't set them on blocks. You don't set them on blocks, then they're gonna rot.
Yeah, around here they like to take our tax dollars that they force us out of anyway, and then use it to dump salt all over the roads and destroy our vehicles.
Right.
You know, so even though we're in a modern age now, where probably 7 out of 10 cars is either all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive because everybody's driving trucks and SUVs now, but we got to salt the roads. I mean, stay home for a couple of days if it's all right.
Yeah, my wife.
It's all volcanic sand, so they don't use salt here.
Yeah,
They
I
just
wish they
sand the roads.
Yeah, they sand when it starts icing up over here. They put sand on the bridges. They don't put none on the roads. They just put it on the bridges here.
You see, around here, like the townships and municipalities on the side roads, they'll use either pea gravel or they'll use like coal ash, like that rough coal ash. But the state now they use that liquid, and it's potassium chloride liquid, and that stuff. Oh man, you got a car 2-3 years old and it's got giant holes, no rockers in it. But they spray that on all the state roads, so the car ain't got a chance.
They put that on the roads?
Yeah, they put potassium chloride on the roads here because it don't see the problem. The problem with salt is it starts freezing once it gets down, in the lower 20s. So they put that potassium on everything now. And they spray it on a liquid form.
You
I
put
was
that in
watching
your
this.
tractor rims though, and your tractor rims only last 10 years, and it'll
Yeah.
eat, that's thick steel.
Yeah, that's
And
thick
it'll
steel.
eat it completely down to nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching a channel on YouTube here a couple years ago where this guy lived up north, and man, his cars looked like they come from down south or out west. Didn't have no rust nowhere. And I asked him in the comment section, I said, "How come you don't have no rust?" He says, "I get up underneath my cars every 6 months and I put that rubber tie stuff up underneath of it."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Holy cow!" Because most
Now
people
around here though, we have a thing here that you avoid cars from Salt Lake City though, because the
Yeah.
salt
Right.
flats are out there, and
Yeah.
yeah,
right.
they don't last a year.
No, they be going
I'd
quick.
be like buying a plow truck around here. The whole bed's rotted off, and the truck's 2 years old.
Yep.
You just throw it around with salt in bed. Yeah, the best thing that I found that works is usually just take some used motor oil and cut it with a little bit of diesel fuel and put it in a sprayer, and just once a month in the wintertime go in there and soak it enough that it runs into the seams, because that's really what happens. Is that liquid gets in there in the inner structure, and it'll rot from the inside out where it's unpainted from the factory. 'Cause obviously,
What's
why
it do
waste
to
money?
all the rubber too?
It just eats everything.
All your bushings? Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I laugh when I watch videos of guys like, you watch a YouTube video and a guy's like down south or over west, and he's taking like a spring bushing or something out of a 40-year-old truck. Here, a 2-year-old truck, you burn that mold out with oxyacetylene and put new bushings in. There's just no getting it out after 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know here, like with tractors, when you put air in your tractor tire, you always roll the valve stem up, because if it sucks any of that,
yeah,
calcium chloride into your air hoses,
yeah,
it'll blow your air hoses. It eats
Yeah.
it that fast.
Right. It come trap gas and it'll blow up.
Yeah, definitely. They destroy. I mean, I ain't got no niner. I mean, you see ridiculous stuff rotted through here. I mean, just like pretty much every Ford that has either from the late 80s or the late 90s and the 2000s, the Triton motors in the trucks, all the exhaust manifolds are rotted off, all of them. You can always tell it's a Triton because you'll hear it ticking coming up the road. It's so bad that a lot of local exhaust shops won't even touch them trucks anymore, because they know what it requires, that you're pretty much burning the manifold off with a torch and then welding nuts to extract the studs out and replacing everything.
Ew. Yeah,
Yes.
hubby. Utah, depends on where you're at. Anywhere around the Salt Lake area, they use the salt, and
Yeah.
it just eats everything. Montana, they use a lot of copper slag over towards Butte and that. Out
Yeah, I
towards
don't know
by
why we
Billings, it's all sand.
Yeah, I tell you another state where it's got some good cars at, and that's Colorado.
It's getting pretty well picked,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it depends on what part of Colorado too.
Right.
Down by
My
Grand Junction, you can find a lot there.
Right. My brother lived out there for 20 years. And he'd send me pictures of those cars out there in the field. And then they look at be like looking at it, be like, there ain't no rust on them.
Yeah,
But
that's
the
down
seats,
around Grand Junction. Yeah,
your seats and your dash would be just melted almost.
like
But there wouldn't be
Arizona.
there wouldn't be no rust on it nowhere.
The dash,
It's just,
though, all the interior is just fried.
yeah, yeah. I'll tell you something else. I won't put on my cars either, and that's a tar or a car
Oh,
cover.
good Lord, no.
No, they don't breathe.
A car cover, all they do is add rust to it.
Yep, holds all that moisture right next to it.
Yep.
Plus throw in the dirt there to blow back and forth in the wind and slowly scuff through the paint.
I've
Sure
seen
does.
cars where the tarp pattern, the weave pattern in the tarp, is
Yeah.
burnt right into the paint. So you take the tarp off, and it looks like the paint job is a fabric paint job.
Yeah.
It
Right.
just burns it right
Yeah.
through the clear coat.
Nice.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
And
that salt, I guess the only good thing that comes out of that salt, that's why we got such good deals on the LS motors around here, because them Chevy trucks rotted so bad. But I guess I'd probably rather pay a little more for a motor if it means you could find an older truck that was in decent shape. But the
Yeah.
junkyards are just full of them.
That they do. The critters love them. And the Yeller Jacket. Oh, man.
Yeah, like LP says, mice loves them torch.
I throw dryer sheets all over in my car. That helps a bunch for mice.
Well, I'll tell you something you put in there, and it keeps the mice out there.
Snakes
some-
keeps people out too.
Black
Yeah.
snake, there you go.
Yeah.
I would much rather find a snake skin in my house, in my car any day than find rat droppings.
Get you some green iron soap, cut it up in chunks, and stick it all the way around and inside the car. And up underneath the hood of it, ain't no rat or a snake gonna get up in there.
Around here though, that melts into goo.
Yeah, it does. It does here too. It does here too. But them rats, there's something in that soap. The rats and the snakes won't even go around it.
Woo! Kalispell. I forgot. You're going way up. Kalispell. They get snow up there.
I wonder what the weather's gonna be up there in Saxton the weekend.
They say it's the best time for racing.
Really?
Yeah.
So it ain't gonna get that cold at night.
According to who was it? He said like 40 at night.
That's
Oh,
good air.
Yeah, that's not
That's
bad.
good air. Nice and dense.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's good for making power.
I can handle that.
I used to have some ferrets. Yep.
Up here, someone comment talking about ferrets. Yeah, he is ferret.
Oh, I love ferrets. I want one. Can I have a ferret? I had two when I was little.
Around here, we got the Snake River just probably 100 yards from my house here. There used to be a lot of mink farms all along the river, and they all, they get loose and that. So we got a lot of mink all along the river. You see them every once in a while.
Holy cow.
Be setting out some traps.
That and when the mink market totally dropped, there's a lot of them that just open their cages.
Oh, yeah.
Holy. Yeah, that's a pretty little town y'all live in, BareRose.
Oh, thank you.
That's a cute little town there.
Population 477.
Holy cow.
And they counted 6 dogs. I know their names.
Holy cow. Oh man. Where's your Walmart at? You gotta go to another town to get to Walmart?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Holy cow.
In fact, on that video I did, coming through the country, that's where I was
Right.
going. I went and I hit every Walmart in this area for Type F.
I guarantee you didn't find any.
All they put out is like 3 bottles at a time.
Yep.
So for the
Yep.
past month, I've been hitting them. All of it.
Yeah,
All of it.
like that, 'cause I run that in my transmission, but it's tricky to find.
When I changed my filter in all my transmissions, I put 2 bottles of Lucas in there, and then I fill it up. Rest with transmission fluid. Cause that Lucas, man, that stuff's a miracle in a bottle. That stuff is the bomb right there, buddy. It's
I've always
high.
just run Type F.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always run Type F, especially on a fresh build. When we do a 350 turbo build, fresh build, the direct clutches will live so much longer with Type F in it.
Uh-huh.
When I built
And you
a
get
motor,
solid shift with them.
right. When I build a motor, I use Type F to put it together. And when I go to put my head gaskets on, I spray the block in the head with WD-40. And then I put my head gaskets on.
I always
And you
clean off the deck, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I take
Yeah.
one of the little green cleaning wheels and clean it off real good. Oh, yeah.
And I use a lot of high trans because I got a lot of high tran around here. Every
Hey, that,
tractor I got leaks, so
Yeah.
I buy
Yep.
that stuff by the 5-gallon bucket.
And that stuff's high now. Oh, that stuff got up. Well, I was working construction here a while back with a buddy of mine. He does set tanks and stuff. And man, we went through 5-gallon buckets of that stuff. Like every 2-3 days, man, we just 5-gallon bucket would be gone.
Here, we're still at about $45 for a 5-gallon bucket.
That's not too bad.
Ooh,
For the yellow bucket, Ag Camp or Ag Pro,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
yeah, it was like that. Here was like we was getting it for like $22 for a 5-gallon bucket full, and then it went up to like $40-something, and then it went up to about $60 for 5-gallon.
Some
And-
of it is. Some of it's way up there.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Here, like 110 for a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah, I always like how that works too, like with gear oil and stuff. You know, the price
Yeah.
of oil will go up, gas will go up, and then gas will go back down, but the oil and stuff will stay. And I mean, yeah, you know, $8 a quart of oil around here for cheap stuff. And I think it's like what I paid for the last gallon of gear oil. I think I paid like $40 for a gallon of gear oil for this no name brand 90 weight. It's crazy, but what are you gonna do? You gotta you need it.
Yeah,
Amen to that.
if it's got any kind of type of oil in it, it's expensive.
Well, look how much spray paint is going up. Can of
Good
spray
Lord.
paint. That's
Yeah.
crazy. You know, that
$8 a can for Rust-Oleum 2X? Holy cow.
Yeah, that's expensive.
yeah, I remember the days of going to get dollar a can paint that was decent paint. Remember that the Walmart brand dollar a can used to be decent for like derby car or something like that. It was decent. It would last a while, and you did it right, would hold a decent shine. Those days are over.
Yeah, don't go to a paint store and tell them you want a 5-gallon bucket of Corvette red.
Ooh.
Whoa! Oh,
Nah, red's expensive anyway.
you better run by the finance company and get you a loan for that gallon of red paint.
And that's just the base coat.
Yeah.
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 Then you got clear coat on top of that. You got primer under that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That
And then
Mustang-
mixture for the hardener and the activator and everything else.
That Mustang I done is on one of my earlier videos. It was red. It was called Race Red. And I went down and I was going to get a half a gallon of Race Red. And I said what I was going to do is just paint the front clip and then blend it in. Man, at Parks House said, "Do you really want that?" I said, "Yeah, I got to have it." He says, "Just a half a gallon is about $1,200. I said,
Yep.
"What's my cost?" He said, "That is your cost." I said, "Well, I think I'll find something else."
That's when you go to Tractor Supply and you buy a gallon of Massey Ferguson red for $30 and it's single stage and you
Yeah.
just scuff the whole car and paint the whole thing.
And I went down there. I went down
Offering
and
money for that.
I went down to Sherwin-Williams and got the industrial paint. My wife picked out the color, and I picked out the black for the black stripe. I got some critical enamel hardener, and then I went and got some linseed oil, and I mixed it and sprayed it. And it's
Linseed work
still,
good there.
oh yeah, oh yeah. That's been 3 years ago, and it still looks as good as the day I sprayed that car.
Oh yeah, that tractor paint. We like I said, we paint our buggies, man. You'll side swipe a tree and crush the whole side in, and the stuff paint will just barely be scuffed. You can take it home and rub it out a little bit of rubbing compound, and the thing will shine again.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do is buff it. It'll shine.
Yep. If it sits out in the sun for a while, wet sand it with 2000 grit, and then buff it, and shine
Yeah.
it, come right back. That's the nice thing about single stage paint. Paint color goes all the way through. You wet sand it out.
If you take one in it, and I've seen what I call trailer queens. And these cars, these guys probably got $100,000 in their cars, and they look good. And I asked a guy one day at the car show, I said, "What kind of paint do you use?" He said, "I use Sherwin-Williams
Heard of that.
industrial paint." And
When
I was
I
like,
worked at the restoration shop, we did it was a duster, or was it a demon? And chrome illusion. That stuff is, yeah, you mortgage your house for a pint of that stuff.
yeah.
That's the one that shifts colors and everything. Jeff Gordon, he
DuPont.
kind of pioneered it with his
Yep.
NASCAR.
Yep.
Holy cow, is that stuff expensive and hard to spray?
Oh, man. I like spraying with a single stage. I can't stand base coat clear. I don't care how many painters is out here that paints that base coat clear. In 3 years, that clear coat's gonna be peeling.
It's because it's junk.
Yeah, it's junk.
Yep. You get an old single stage enamel paint, that stuff. Like I said, that's the color all the way through. You can buff that out until you're back down to the primer. You can keep buffing it.
Anymore, I just paint with a implement paint. Comes in any color that a tractor comes in.
Right. It's cheap.
Yep.
Goes on heavy, like you said, and it's like $30 a gallon.
Right.
Here
Yeah.
we cut it with either mineral spirit or just regular thinner, or if it's really cold, you're just barely making temperature, we'll cut it with acetone.
Right. Yeah,
And just a little splash of hardener in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spray with a little bit of everything. To me, the critical enamel and that cheap stuff, man, it's the easiest paint to spray with. If you got a good air gun and a decent compressor, anybody can paint a car. What I can't stand is, and it gets under my skin, is to see somebody sand the car with a piece of sandpaper that's dry.
Or do it barehanded.
Yes.
Nice little finger marks all over in there. Yeah.
And what they don't realize is, once they get past the paint and onto the metal, what they don't realize is they digging into the metal. That gets under my skin so bad. I'm thinking, will you please take a piece of sandpaper and wet it and sand it? I'm thinking, just do that. Just do that.
But I don't paint a lot.
I
I'm
did.
a patina guy. I love the patina look.
Me
As long
too.
as it all matches, you know.
That's like our truck out here, which cousin's supposed to be buying it. Didn't really want to sell it, but I got to turn loose for some money. What I was going to do is just leave it like it is, and then put our logo on the side of both doors. Is what I was going to do,
Uh-huh.
and just leave it like it is. And I thought, well, I need the extra money when we can get to Saxton, so he had to leave. He was supposed to pick it up this weekend, but he said he was busy, so he's supposed to pick it up next weekend. So if he picks it up next weekend, and I'm going to pick my Mustang up, and then we're gonna probably leave out earlier, and we're gonna stop in. I forgot that little town in Tennessee. We're gonna stay over in Tennessee. It's about halfway. We're gonna stay the night there, and then the next night leave there and go to Missouri. Cause it's like the halfway mark. So that's what my plans are.
We're planning on leaving Monday morning,
Woo.
and we'll go as far as we can, and then spend the night, and then go as far as we can, spend the night.
You're probably what, 3 days out?
Yeah. Well, it's 23 hours, but I don't drive at night.
Right. I used to love
And
driving.
it's a vacation, so we're not going to cannonball it.
23 hours.
Right.
Where?
From
Just take your time.
BareRose, and you guys say it's at 23 hours. I'd drive it.
Where
Yeah,
you
we 389 miles to Saxton. And that's
You're
two
gonna be a
days.
big one.
We're 683. It's 683 from our place to Sykeston.
Round trip, I'm looking at 3,208 miles.
Ooh. It'd be cheaper for you to put that car in a trailer.
And it's an FE. Yeah, it's spooky.
Yeah. Yeah, I would put that car on a trailer and bring it. Yeah, I would.
Defeats the whole thing, though. I got to drive it.
You're gonna get a lot of footage just in that road trip, man.
Oh,
What?
Lord,
Ain't
yeah.
that right? What happens? What happens if it tears up in Saxton?
Then there's a U-Haul there somewhere. I just might bring the title with me.
Oh man! Oh man! That's the stuff I would do right there.
Where's the nearest Greyhound?
Yeah.
I was thinking about, so I was just talking to my buddy the other day. I was like, yeah, it's like if I could find a couple $100 truck, I'd have done that and rented a U-Haul. And if it would have died, I'd have just called U-Haul, told them come get their trailer and get in the Cutlass and drive it the rest of the way home.
Oh, that is something that's up with it too. I'm trailering down that 72 Ranchero to give away too.
Holy
But
hell.
the logistics of it, and we're afraid that the car might be stuck at the track for a while till somebody can figure out the trailer, how to get it, all of that stuff. I'm thinking I'm just going to take a whole bunch of pictures of that Ranchero, and somebody's going to get the title. They're going to win the car, and then the next year I'll take it to them and to make sure that they got a trailer so they can get it out of there. So,
Right. That would be the best way to do that.
Yeah, that, or maybe if they wanted to just come pick it up,
yeah.
you make the arrangement that way.
Yeah, that would.
If it's somebody close to you, they might be able to.
And I would highly recommend them to do that because I know where there's 4 more of them that's got all the parts that are missing off of this one.
There you go. So
Is that a 2T model?
What's that?
Is that a GT model?
Yes, GT 500.
Oh yeah.
But
They
there's
get
no motor,
popular.
transmission. I mean, there's not a lot of it left there.
Right. Yeah, they getting popular though. Yeah, they getting popular.
But
I
out at our
reckon that-
favorite wrecking yard, there's a bunch more of them, and I'll bet you Walt would take like $300 for the whole car.
Holy cow.
Yeah, I can answer questions, whatever.
Yeah, that's a buy right there.
One's a Torino.
Yeah, I smell something.
Yeah, if you get to like a 67, 68, 69 Torino up there that's got a perfect dashboard, grab it. Because
There's
that's about
a few of them
$1,000.
out there.
It's about $1,000 just for that dash cover.
The
So
vinyl, the vinyl dash covers.
yeah, on the 67, 68, and 69, and some of the 70 models has that round gauges.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no.
If that dash is perfect and not broke up, that's $1,000 right there.
I sent Irish Outlaw set of them, and along with that 1950 police beacon,
Right.
and
UPS messed up.
destroyed it.
Yeah, that was bad there.
But those were the round gauges.
Right. They are high for them Rancheros and Torinos and stuff. They are expensive.
All right,
Yep.
Yins, all have a good night. It was nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, it was. It's good to meet you finally.
I believe he might be coming back in, but I'm not sure.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't babysit him. It's not my turn to babysit him, so I don't know. I just go with the flow.
Hey, Up's in the house.
Who's in the house?
Unfinished project, Dart Sport.
Dart Sport.
Good to see you, man. And congratulations on breaking over that 500 marker.
Yeah, I was posting he is on there right and left and trying to get him up there. And I went to post it.
We almost seen his face.
Yeah, almost. Almost. I think he's a movie star.
I'll bet you he is. It's probably Tom Hanks.
Might be.
Congratulations on finished project.
Be funny. You got 4 or 5 guys come up there with him, all wear his shirts up there. Then none of us know who he is. I was gonna send him a message, tell him to send me one of his shirts, and I'd wear his shirt up there the first day.
Samuel.
Dizzy sent me one of his, but I'm going to incorporate it into that dirt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been trying to get Dizzy over the 500 mark. And
If he just put out some full-length videos so I can share it.
right. And I think he's got depressed. I think he's got depressed about it.
I'm
I
gonna
hope
go
not.
get him just in case. I don't know if he's coming back or not, but we're gonna find out. So just hang tight, boys.
Yeah, I think he's got depressed about it. I think.
I guess his channel got hacked or something like that.
Yep, and ours almost got hacked. But see, my YouTube channel and my email is on 2 different emails. So when I seen it happen, I went over there and deleted the message out of my inbox. I knew exactly it was a scam.
I think he's in the shower. I don't know. I don't see him.
But yeah, I believe he got hacked. You know, Jason over there with the school bus. You know, he got hacked here a while back and almost lost his channel. And that's not a good feeling when you lose your channel.
He did get it back though.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, it was months before they finally give it back to him.
Yeah, because I started watching his channel the second day he got that bus. And every time he posts, I'd go and watch it. And it went for about a month before he even posted anything. And then he posted on the community tab what happened. I thought, well, that's it right there.
That is so cool, hubby. You did hit 500?
Holy cow.
I think I was his first subscriber.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
That is so cool. Congratulations, man. You deserve it.
Is he coming to Saxton?
Not this year. He's got too much going on.
Right. Yeah, I got a lot going on, doing 3 cars at one time and all this weather and everything. And everything's gone on last year and a half, 2 years. And I thought, well, we can still go. We just won't have no car. And we still go and have fun. And then I'll put the wheels in the motion then. So we're just gonna make a vacation out of it.
That is beyond cool.
You'll see where it's going.
He's actually got a famous gasser, an original actual gasser from, what was it, 61, 62?
Really?
That was running then, and it was mopping it up.
Wow. I like them
Don't give
gases.
too much away. You have to watch his channel, and he's putting it all back together. It's great build series.
Golly. And it takes a lot to build them gases, buddy. $651 miles.
LB, you betcha. I can't believe he hasn't hit yet.
I know, he got a lot of nice cars on there. That guy is smart.
Ugh.
You got your kitty.
Yeah, Eddie decided to come over.
My
My inspector.
He's wondering what you're doing. He's gonna steal the show.
I think he's got allergies though. His eyes are all goopy again.
Uh-oh.
Of course, right now they're harvesting. Yeah, everybody's got goopy eyes right now.
They harvest weed up there, don't they?
Feed grain is what
Feed
they're
grain?
harvesting right now.
Well, yeah, y'all probably all walking around with itchy eyeballs and sneezing and all.
Just north of us is all barley. About the only thing that grows out there is barley.
Holy cow. Holy
A friend of
cow.
mine works at the Budweiser malting plant that's in the city. And he was
Right.
telling me that 75% of all Budweiser is actually grown right here.
Wow.
Just north of us.
I bet they make a ton off of it.
They don't bottle any of it. It's just a malting plant, and then they ship it all over the country.
Yeah.
That and Corona.
Corona.
Yeah, there's a Budweiser and a Tesoro malting plant here.
Oh man.
And the rest is potatoes. They don't
The big
start
old
digging them
potatoes.
till next month, though. We got to wait till the first hard frost
Holy cow.
to shock the potatoes, and then they start digging them.
Yeah, but the Idaho potatoes is the best potatoes.
Yeah.
Period.
Makes the best
They know how to
ridge
grow them up there.
rats. Hey, Dixie. Hey, dog. No, I know, but her and Duke will carry on. I said her and Duke will carry on.
Yeah, and when they start digging the potatoes, if you get a crack in your windshield or you need a windshield replaced, most of the windshield guys around here won't do it. They tell you, wait until harvest is over.
Then put the windshield in.
Yeah, because it's guaranteed you're going to need another one.
Right, right. Down here we got dump trucks that slings rocks out. And if you get the tag number, you can make them buy you a windshield.
Yeah. We got 2 stone quarries here. We got rock trucks up and down constantly. My friend's trucking company, he ends up usually buying about a windshield a month between his drivers.
If you got any kind of marble in your house, the white marble, it comes from the town we live in.
Oh, really?
Yep.
The natural marble?
Natural marble. One of the whitest marbles in the country.
We did a bunch of houses in Jackson Hole that I'm positive a lot of it came from right there. Yeah,
if it's the white marble, it came from right here.
People do their bathrooms in it and their countertops and all kinds of stuff with it.
If I know you've watched Andy Griffith.
Oh yeah.
Everybody watches Griffith. Oh, Gomer. He lived here when he was a kid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is his hometown.
Jim Neighbors.
Yep.
Jim Neighbors.
His mama's house is probably a mile from where we live at. Oh, Jim Neighbors. So if you got some white marble, it probably came from here. My wife's great grandparents' old home place was right beside the quarry here. And then about probably 15 years ago, the quarry brought the property up. And their old homestead got demolished.
Now, Jim Neighbors, he had a heck of a voice.
Yeah, he did. He sure did. He was a good actor, too. Yeah, he was. Some people don't like him, some people do, but he was a good singer.
Yeah, pretty much the ridge across the hollow, they hauled it all the way on the back of trucks here. The one quarry, you can see it from the house. It's amazing the amount of stone they drag out of there, but it's all limestone here. So.
Right. And then the cotton industry was real big here in the early 1900s, and then I think 96 was the last year they was here, and they closed down, and the town almost went dry.
Really?
Yeah, you couldn't find a job for nothing. And a lot of people lost their houses, their cars, and everything. It was bad.
That's what happened to American Steel around here when the steel mill shut down. Pretty much everything was gone because it's all coal mining area around here, and they processed the coal for coke for the mines or the mills in Pittsburgh. When they closed, everything left.
Yep, that's like Birmingham. Man, Birmingham was booming all the way up to the last part of the 90s, early 2000s when they stopped coal. And man, now it's bad up there. Yes, it's a place that we don't like to go to Birmingham. Man, it's like almost like little Detroit up there. That's where our middle daughter got murdered at, was in Birmingham. And man, it's like little Detroit up there.
Yeah, that's not good.
Man, they had
quiet here.
They had some nice neighborhoods up there. Then you drive through them neighborhoods now. Oh man, you want to hurry up and get out of there.
It's not just Birmingham, brother. That's all the pretty much major cities anymore now. They've just let them get so far out of control. The criminals are running them.
Yeah, I believe so too.
But yet they go after the law-abiding citizens. That's somehow going to stop crime.
Yes.
I'm glad to be all the way out here.
Y'all got a nice little town up there. That's a nice little place out there. I know I got some nieces and nephews that live out in Colorado, and man, it's pretty out there.
What part?
I'd have to think about what part they live in. It took them, when their daddy died, it took them, it was a 24-hour drive, and they made it in 14 hours. They drove straight through, and didn't. The only time they stopped was to get gas and get back in the car and go again. But yeah, it's a nice country out there. I'll tell you another state, and that's Kentucky. Man, Kentucky's pretty.
I always thought if I had to move back that way, either Tennessee or Kentucky.
Yep.
We almost did move to Tennessee.
Oh man, Tennessee. Actually, my great grandfather was from Tennessee, and then he moved down here in Alabama, and that's why we come here. But if there's any state that I move to, it would be Tennessee or Kentucky. Yeah, I got cousins strode out all through Tennessee.
Yeah, I don't really watch any sports ball, man.
LP and them's on Kentucky and Tennessee state line.
Yeah, that's what you guys were saying there, Lars. It's funny, when I lived in Boise, I was there for about 8-9 years. Everybody asked if I was from Tennessee.
I get-
No. I want to be, but no.
Oh man. Have you lived out there in Idaho all your life?
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Wyoming for a little while. I always just gravitated back to and this side of Idaho, this part of
Right.
Idaho.
Yeah, my brother lived in Casper, Wyoming for a long time.
Oh yeah,
And
that's kind of out in the middle of nowhere,
yep.
and that's
Yeah, he lived,
from somebody who lives in nowhere.
yeah. He left here back in the 83, I think it was. We didn't hear nothing from him for 20 years. And that's when internet got to be popular. And my mom kept on saying, we gotta find him, we gotta find him. So I got on internet and we're doing some research, and I called Casper Police Department out there. And so happened one of the sergeants answered the phone out there, and I told him who I was looking for, and I said, all I need is an address, and I'll come on out there. And he said, I know exactly where he's at. He says, I can tell you exactly where his house is at. And that's how we found my brother.
Really?
The first phone call, and it was to Casper, Wyoming. And he told me on the phone, he said, I'll go by there and give him your phone number. He said, and we'll see if he'll call you. He took my phone number by there, and it wasn't probably about 30 minutes. The phone was ringing. And we probably talked 8 hours on the phone. I had to sit there and plug my phone up because I had a cell phone, one of flip phones.
Uh-huh.
And we talked for about 8 hours on the phone. And I asked him, I said, when you ready to come home? He says, let me think on it. I'll call you tomorrow. I said, all right. He called me the next day. He said, I'm ready. He said, give me a couple of days to get rid of some stuff and come get me. So I passed the information on to Mom, and my brother, 2 brothers went out there and got them and brought them back. But yeah, Casper.
That is really. You go to Casper, you fill up your tank.
Oh, God.
There ain't nothing out there.
Really? I guess that's the reason why he liked it, because there wasn't nothing there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they got distance between towns, and that, like I said, there ain't nothing. The only off ramps on the freeway are just farm and ranch exits and entrances, and you'll go for hundreds of miles. No gas stations, no telephone poles, no nothing.
Holy cow. No cell phone service or nothing.
Real spotty.
Ooh.
And windy? Holy cow.
Yeah, they say they'll blow over 18-wheelers out there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen videos where it blow 18-wheeler over.
Working construction, I was actually on the insulation crew, but the gutter crew would get behind, so we'd have to go and help them. They were doing a big apartment job in Rawlins, Wyoming, and there was a 3-story apartment buildings hanging rain gutter on them. It would take 2 guys to hang on to the bottom of the ladders, and one guy to go up on top, another guy to be on the other side of the ladder standing on it to keep the wind from blowing the ladder over.
Holy cow.
The wind there is brutal.
60-mile-an-hour
winds is like a normal day.
You won't send me on that ladder.
And cold? Holy cow, is it cold there.
Oh, no.
About the only thing in Rawlins is the old territorial state prison where they had Butch Cassidy. And the running joke there is Butch Cassidy escaped from prison twice just to get out of Rawlins.
Holy cow. That's bad. Yeah, that's bad there.
We don't have that vast nothingness here. I mean, it's mountainous, but East Coast has been populated for so long. I mean, I'm out of town on the side of the mountain, but it's still, I got a gas station probably a mile away, little convenience store. And even when I lived further up the mountain, I lived a mile down a dirt road, but I still had a gas station within 5 minutes of the house. So that and Walmart's just probably 4 miles across on the other side of town. You just got to drive down off the mountain through the river valley and over to the other side of it to get to Walmart. So it's nice. We're isolated out in the country enough. We can do whatever we want, but it's still convenient enough if you need anything, it's close by. This town, like right around the late 1800s and the early 1900s, it was a big railroad city because of all the coal and coke around here with the steel mills. So it boomed. I think at one time, the city of Connellsville I was born in, I live outside of, but it had more millionaires per capita than any other city in the United States because of the coal and coke. And like I said, when the steel mills went under, that was the end of all of it. I think there's a CSX line and all it runs through here. Years ago, we had all the lines crisscrossing everywhere through here. And the line that comes through here, it's the old B&O line. So we got a line that comes out of Baltimore, runs all the way to Chicago, runs through our town, and we got a pretty big rail yard in the town down there yet, still active.
Here, there's a big rail yard about 45 minutes from us in Pocatello. They call it Gateway City. It's where the main line splits off and either goes to Portland or up to Canada.
Holy cow.
That's cool. I could hop a train out your way then.
Sorry,
Yeah,
guys, he's back.
Jump and go.
Jump on a train.
Yeah, I think getting on a train is like $139 a person. And you can go from here to California and back.
Yeah.
We don't have any passenger here. It's all freight.
That's even better. I just climb in a grain car there and just ride it out.
Yeah. Get you a stick and tie you a little sack on the end of it.
I always wanted to try once. You know, what's the worst that you get pulled off and get a trespassing ticket, you know what I mean? And it's about all that's going to happen. So, you know.
As kids, we did it once. Yeah, those slow-moving trains, they ain't slow.
No.
No, they move it. They move
Not when
it.
you're on it, getting ready to jump off, you realize that it wasn't moving that slow as it looked.
About rips your arm off to get on it.
Yeah, when you grab a hold of it, whoa!
Yeah.
Well, we're lucky here. They do crew changes right down over the hill, so we got lucky. We can catch them stopped. I said you can either here pretty much you can jump on and catch a ride over to Cumberland, Maryland. They stop again there, and they pull out of here. The next stop is in Cincinnati from when they leave here. So I mean, I guess it'd be possible to get on and off. I mean, it'd be fun to do one day.
I don't recommend it.
It'd be one of them things just to do one time, you know what I mean, to try it. Like I said, what's the worst can happen? They pull you off, give you a trespass, you know what I mean? As long as you don't fall off and, you know, get unlived, you'll be all right. Now I watch, there's a couple guys on here that they're hobos on there on them YouTube channels. I don't know if you guys ever seen any of them. Some of them's pretty interesting.
Yeah, they don't look like they going too fast. Get up close to them, they moving, buddy.
Yep.
friend of mine had a '62 Chevy snub-nose van. Kind of like the old Ford Econos, you know, they're just flat-nosed. His
Right.
favorite thing was to get right up to the train as it's going by. Oh man, that is a scary feeling.
Ooh.
Because you're right there.
Mm.
We have down like when you're on Main Street in the next town over, like if you're sitting at the railroad crossing, you're sitting right beside the tracks, and then you got to make a 90-degree turn to go across the tracks, and that's in your because they'll come through there like 60 miles an hour. And you're
Oh,
looking at these
main
things
line,
like,
huh?
yeah, and you're looking at it like, man, if that thing had derailed, they'd find you like 2 days later after they cleaned up the mess, you know, what was left of you. But it's amazing power to watch. You know, I mean, the power it takes to move that much weight. It's an awesome thing. For anybody that's mechanical, you have to appreciate it.
In Pocatello, they got a big museum setup kind of thing. They got a couple of old steamers there. I'll tell you what, those are neat.
Yeah.
Well, y'all still got a bunch of your old buildings still standing, don't you, BareRose?
Quite a few. If you ever get a chance, go to Lava Hot Springs at the, oh, what is it called now? But there's the old hotel there. It's still in operation. And it's got natural hot tubs down in the basement.
Really?
But if you go up there in the main area where you check in and that, they
Right.
got pictures and famous people have carved their name into the counters and stuff. Teddy Roosevelt was one of them. All kinds of famous people
Oh,
used to come through there, and then they'd stay at that hotel.
golly. You know, I almost started my channel on YouTube of going around filming old buildings and old grist mills and stuff like that.
It's hot.
Yeah,
It's real hot. Look at what Junkyard Willie's doing with it.
right.
You guys get to ride with him in his car because
No,
he
I'm
doesn't
not driving
want to
my
shut
car.
off.
I'm not driving.
Oh, you're not driving your
It's
car?
raining. I'm not going to drive on slicks tonight.
Never mind. I guess you're taking my car.
I wouldn't be able to hear them in my car anyway. It's got a 3-inch dump on it. It's just pointless. I'd have to mute the microphone and they just have to watch. It'd be an interesting ride to watch me tonight as hard as it's raining. It ain't bad if it's just sprinkling. You can drive as long as you stay under like 25, 30 miles an hour. But man, when it's raining hard, forget it. You know, it just instantly hydroplanes. I think skates around so bad.
Okay, go ahead, Chuck. Shut this
Of
light
course, I'll come get my car from the shop tomorrow.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Something's going to happen.
No, I'm taking her car home. I ain't driving my car home today. It's raining. And she's down here at the shop with me. We'll take her car tonight. She can bring me down to get it tomorrow if it doesn't rain. If it's raining, it'll set at the shop tomorrow too. It ain't gonna hurt it. I was gonna leave earlier if I would have left earlier, but I jumped on here. I wanted to. If I would have left earlier, it wasn't raining. I would have probably made it, but it's raining now. I ain't gonna try it. I don't want to total it before Sykeston.
Oh, good Lord, no. We're so close.
Get in and don't touch nothing.
Yeah.
Lay
At
down.
least gotta lose it off the trailer on the way.
Well, they might hear me bitching and complaining.
They've heard you already. They're used to it. They've
Lay
heard
down.
you already. They're used to it.
Don't touch nothing and lay down. That's what I thought.
Look on, poor puppy. I see her poking her head over.
Before they trend on TikTok.
Do you want to walk home? I advise you to sit in the passenger seat and shut your damn
Oh, I
face.
take my car.
Only if they really know.
This is normal. Everybody probably thinks we hate each other. They hear us, but this is just our normal.
No, trust me, they would know if I really hated
Yeah, this
you.
is
Trust me.
how we tolerate each other. We bicker like this constantly.
Trust me, they
It
would
works. It works. She wants to go do her thing, go hang out, do whatever, go do it. I'll go do mine.
I
Mine-
do.
I know. As I said, it works
I don't
that way.
need your damn permission to
I don't
go
give you
here and
permission.
go there, even if you did. My ass is still getting in my
I
car
don't
and
give
I'm
you
going.
permission. I tell you to go. Go have fun.
I do have fun with or without your
Go have
ass.
fun. I'll see you when you get home. I'll be there.
Maybe. But
Looks like the service is kind of knocking out there.
Yep.
don't try me.
There is a little. And then there was silence. Uh-oh, did the live curse get him? Nope, there it
There we
goes.
Yeah, I was gonna say once it made the transition from the Wi-Fi to the mobile network, it should be good because there's 5G out through here.
Dixie,
Put
lay
your,
down.
put your seatbelt on. We don't want to hear that thing ding.
Yeah,
Put
we
your
got
damn
five.
seatbelt on.
We got 5G. When we
Dangerous
go to
riding
town, we
courthouse
ain't got no
seatbelt.
G.
Put your seatbelt on.
With you
Out
driving,
here, it's
probably
real
should.
spotty. I got to get in the
Yeah.
house to
Really?
where I got good net.
Right.
Yeah, you better put it on here. Let me stop.
You got the dog back here.
Tell her to put her seatbelt on.
People can't put seatbelt on.
Put your seatbelt on, Dixie, now.
I bet.
Don't
I
touch
bet
nothing.
you. I bet you out there in your shop, BareRose, it's hard to get signal out there with all that metal roof.
Actually, not bad. For some reason, I can actually get it okay in there, but when I step onto the backside of it, then I lose it.
Right. That's strange because the metal usually blocks it.
Blocks it, yeah.
Here, grab that.
I mean, I can't do live out there or anything. I'm way too slow feed.
I've had weird instances like BareRose is saying where actually being in the metal seemed to somehow amplify the signal versus just
Yeah.
blocking it. Where we go to camps like that, if you're inside the motorhome, because that old one has aluminum siding, if you're inside it, you'll get a better signal than if you're outside just sitting in the camp chair.
Hey, y'all, just in case y'all want to know, it's 64 degrees here in PA.
Yeah.
That's mighty cold for my little ass.
You guys are ones that like hoodie weather. Next military base. They probably shut the signal down on you guys.
I got goose. I got like.
Where's that place? Ain't there's somewhere in Virginia that's like a radio dead zone that there's no radio stations or anything. There's like so many square miles that there's nothing. There's no cell signal, there's no radio, no TV signal. It's like a radio dead zone.
Really?
Yeah.
There's
It's in
places in
Virginia.
Nevada like that.
I have one in here. Get me
I have a friend who lives in Bowie Wowie, and no matter what he tries, he can't get internet at all, satellite or anything out there.
Yeah. I know there's somewhere in Pennsylvania they got a town that's a ghost town now
Oh, I got that 50.
because of stuff like that.
Isn't there a town in Pennsylvania that's been slowly burning
Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
for years?
Yep. Yep. The whole town, ghost town out there.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Coal mine caught fire, a coal shaft or something like that, and it's been burning for the past 30 years or something.
Yep. Yep. You seen the videos on it?
A
Have you
few,
watched
yeah.
them on? It's kind of weird. That might be where hell's gonna be. Since it's been burning for 30 years.
Up north of me, there's a town called Gilmore. It's an old ghost town. used to have old buildings and stuff in it, but it's turned into like a prepper station now. So a lot of people
Right.
have moved up there and started building again. But right on the other side is the old Chinatown of it. And if you can hike up in there, the buildings are all still there. And you look inside, and a lot of them still got furniture in them. It's kind of eerie. Centralia. Yeah, that's the name of it.
There should be some
I was commenting on Dean's thing about Talladega better than a Great Dane Talladega. I told him if he was in Talladega, he could beat it.
Great seeing you, Dakota. Actually, wow, it's been 3 hours. I should probably pack it in too.
Yeah, when you get on here, it don't seem like that long, does it?
Yeah, actually, I told the wife, "Oh, don't worry, it'll be a short one tonight."
Well, we know where you're sleeping at tonight.
Oh yeah, in a Mercury.
Oh, well, you're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to go in the morning and get you a biscuit.
Biscuits and gravy. Oh man.
Oh.
Yep.
Man.
I judge every restaurant by their biscuits and gravy. If they can't do biscuits and gravy, don't bother.
Hardee's has got the best biscuit and gravy.
Really?
Yep. But my wife can make Hardee's biscuits and gravy taste like crap. She can cook it, buddy. Yeah, she can cook it. Yeah, don't let her fool you. She can cook. I done gained about 40 pounds since we've been married. We've been married almost 11 years.
11 years?
11 years. We'll be in April. Will be 11 years. Yep.
Yeah, Sykeston is actually our anniversary.
Really?
And
Man.
her birthday. Well, it's the weekend of it.
Right.
Our anniversary is actually a little before, and her birthday's a little bit after, but we celebrated on that weekend.
Right. What a good place to do it at.
Yep. She's excited too. She's been after me to drag race for a long time.
Oh.
So this is her first shot. She's going to go down the strip in front of millions of people.
Yep. So I told my wife here a while back, and when I first come in the group, and I told her, I said, "Man, I knew this earlier. You know, we could have been setting money back and planning everything." And then a couple weeks later, I said, "You know, it would benefit us to go because there ain't no telling how many subscribers all of us gonna gain from just being there."
Yeah.
You know, I've seen 1 or 2 channels from that Cletus event that didn't have hardly like 20-something subscribers, and they got like 27,000 subscribers over just making 1 or 2 videos from that event.
Yeah, that's why I was telling everybody, if you come up just a little bit short, still go. Still go. The opportunity here to grow your channel and make a channel is huge.
Yep, it sure is. And I don't think a lot of people realizes that either.
I mean, it took me a year to get 42 subs.
Oh, yeah, we know.
And then
then
this No Name Nationals come along and boom.
yeah, you blew up quick. Like one time I seen your subscribers list, it was like you just made like 800 subscribers, and then a week later you had like 2,000 something subscribers.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy cow.
And all it took was going back and re-editing my shorts.
Right.
Well, all of them. Added title, description, did all that stuff.
Right.
And boom, one of them suckers took off.
All it takes is one video. One video will put you on top.
Uh-huh.
It takes one video. That's
Well,
like
like
book.
Uncle Tony, nobody knew who he was until he threw that carburetor. And then he
Right.
started to pick them up. And then he did that video with the tag job. And
Right.
boom, he moonshotted. And now he's
a mega channel.
Of course, he's got all kinds of good videos too with it. Those are just
Oh, yeah,
the ones that just happened to click at that right time.
Right. And he's very smart on that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
People don't really give him enough credit for what he does. I see people on his chats bashing him and stuff. They don't really know what's even going on, let alone what he's doing. So I sit back and watch his videos, and that guy's almost intelligent.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's intelligent. And some people just
I was a fan of his for when I was a kid. And I had no idea it was the same guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy
Because
cow.
growing up in Dad's shop, I used to sit in the waiting room at like 2 o'clock in the morning just
Right.
trying to do something. So I was reading the old car magazines, Hot Rodded, Carcraft. Because
Right.
every time we'd go to the secondhand store, that's where we get our rags. They'd have
Right.
boxes of magazines. So we'd buy those too, and Dad would just throw them out in the waiting room.
Right.
So when people come in for an oil change, they got something to read or something, And I locked in on Tony DeFeo's articles, and it was because of the way he wrote, which goes back to titles and stuff like that. He writes like the common person speaks, with
Right.
cap locks and ... and stuff like that.
Right.
So I was reading his stuff all the time, and then, some of it's really good.
And that's
And
who
then when
that
I
is.
got into this YouTube stuff, this, way back before the No Name Nationals, I sent an email to his channel and asked, hey, could you take a look at my channel and see, just give me some advice.
Right.
And Ultra Kathy is the one that emailed me back. She's the one that told me to turn my camera.
Oh, man.
And just told me to keep up with it. I still got the email, but it came in Tony DeFeo. And I was like, that's the guy.
And that's who that is.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
Uncle
that.
Tony is Tony DeFeo.
Well, I didn't know that.
I hear him say, oh, the magazine guy, and he doesn't really go into that. And I can understand why, but,
Right.
Well,
wow. I didn't know that. Holy cow.
I've been watching him all this time and didn't even know, didn't even make the connection.
God. That's the reason why he knows a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, he's very intelligent on it.
He was a music producer. He used to produce a couple of the bands there. And he had a coffee shop. I mean, the guy's like every person from New York City that I know. They're always busy. Always busy doing something.
Yep. Yep. My grandpa, they from Rhode Island, and he worked in the Ford Motor Company. He worked in some boat yards. What do you want to call them? And he was all the time doing something. And when he'd come down, even when he was in his 80s, and he'd come down, man, when he come down, you getting up at 5 o'clock because he's gonna keep you busy. We couldn't keep up with him. I told him, I said, we ain't used to this. But I was like, oh, if I
Yeah,
get
Warcraft.
if I get
Hey,
his genes, if I can make it to 80, I'll be doing good. Yeah, I didn't know that one. I didn't know that either.
blew me away.
Holy cow! Holy cow! Yeah, I'm gonna do some changing on my channel. I'm waiting on uh we're getting new what you call that, logos.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're getting new logos done, and we're gonna the shirt I got on. I don't know if you can see it. We're gonna do a couple of videos with them. You see it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're gonna do a couple of videos with him, and then
Sweet.
yeah, he's on up there. He's got like 15,000 subscribers, and he's worked in the movie industry. Good guy, man. He called a couple of weeks ago. Man, we sit there and talk for probably 2 hours on the phone. Man, good guy. I'm talking real good guy. And we're gonna get together and film. I'm gonna come around some of these places around here that's got some old cars and stuff. And we're gonna do a couple of videos together. But
I
yeah,
keep saying I'm gonna video out at the old junkyard, but I'm so busy running around looking for parts and stuff, I forget.
that's me. That is me. I go down here at my buddy's junkyard, and I get it in my mind before I get there to pull the phone out and start recording. But when I get there, I'm looking at all the stuff he's got, and all the new stuff has come in, and I'll forget about it. I'll
Today,
forget about it.
I could have had me and Landon both could have had great video today, but we were hauling butt to pull that motor out of that truck.
Oh, I bet y'all had fun getting that now.
Oh Lord,
Oh, I bet y'all had fun getting that now.
that starter had to come off in pieces. It was locked in there.
Oh, oh, yeah. I bet y'all had a lot of fun getting that now.
And then loading it into the truck. Yeah.
That a good thing you got hurt. Good
There
thing
ain't
you
no
had
cherry
Hercules.
pickers. There ain't nothing out there.
Mm, mm. Well, I seen cousin Mike pick that motor up off that stand.
That's
I
pretty
told my
much the
wife.
way we did it.
I told my wife. I said, you don't want to make him mad at you.
Papa
Me and my little,
Tom's, though. Papa Tom's, we need a couple of tanks of gas because he's got cars all over the place. He
really,
is one neat guy.
you walk around and you see all the cars instead of having to step through a bunch of crap.
No, he's got buildings. He fills up shops and then he goes over and buys another shop.
Holy cow!
Sometimes in other towns, and then he'll fill that up, and then yeah, he's got cars everywhere.
He's using
All the
his
way
head.
from the teens, all the way. I think the newest one he has is the what is that? Sunfire or what is that? That freaky little sports car thing he's got.
Uh, the Sunbird.
Sunbird? No.
Does it look like a Monza?
No. Kind of looks like a Jag. It's a new one, like 20, I don't know. 2020 maybe.
Oh wow.
I mean, all the way down. He just, like Landon says here, he doesn't fix a car. If a valve stem leaks on one, he'll park it and go buy another one.
Holy cow.
And I don't think
Oh,
he's sold anything.
holy cow.
Crossfire, that's what it is.
Crossfire. Them are hard to get.
I think he's got a Prowler. I mean, you name it. If it was neat, he bought it.
Holy cow. Yeah, but he's got a crossfire. He's got something. And a prowler. Because you can't find them nowhere. If you do find it, you're going to pay out the yin yang to get them.
But like I said, he don't sell nothing. You couldn't talk. I couldn't talk him out of a rim.
Yeah. Holy cow. How many cars that junkyard y'all go to? How many cars that guy got?
Oh, I'd say probably 300-400.
Holy cow. Holy cow.
And most all of them are all old.
That's even better.
Few new Dodge trucks in there, and then maybe a couple of Chevys, but most of them are, 70s all the way down.
Yeah.
And he's reasonable. He's very, very reasonable on his pricing.
Yeah, because you said get that one car for $300. That $300 car there down here would be a $2,000 car.
I think he's he's a vet. He was a tank crew in World War II or Korea. I think it was Korean War. He was on the tank crews. So he's up there in age now.
Holy cow. We used to have a bunch of those here. A couple of old junkyards, man. You go to buy, and then he was real cheap on prices. I even worked for him when I was a kid, and when he died, they cleaned out the whole junkyard and man lost a lot of old parts, cars and everything. I thought that man had the good stuff. And
Yeah, they're like a little sports car looking thing. Yeah.
it was bad. It was almost sad to see all of it go,
125. Whew.
Whoa.
That got me beat.
The most I had when I run the junkyard, junkyard was mine and my buddies. We had we crushed the first time. It was almost, I think it was close to 850, 900 cars the first time, I think. The second time it was like 600 cars. But we didn't think it was gonna take off like a jet, like parts and stuff like that. But I made more money selling parts out there than I did at my job. And I made real good money at the shop. My lowest paycheck was like $2,000 a week. And I doubled that in the parts out of the junkyard. And I would have never thought that these car prices and cars would be up so high like it is now.
Well, you sell a lot on eBay still, right? You have your eBay store?
I did. I don't now. We do. We put one or two parts that I, held back and hold back, Like if I buy a junk car now, I'll buy one and get all the good stuff off of it that's bringing the money, and then I usually just put it on Marketplace, and then if it brings more money on eBay, I'll stick it on eBay. But we pretty much use the Marketplace better than anything.
You get a lot of cross-state off of your marketplace, or is it just local?
The most I've shipped out probably 20 parts versus selling 5 local. So they're actually better when you sell them like that and ship them out, because you actually make more off that than you do selling them local.
Yeah,
Because
especially here.
Right, because here everybody knows me because I've been in the car business so long. Here they want me to give them the part to them, you know.
Yeah,
So, you know,
that's the problem here. If you're building cars to sell them and to do it local here, yeah, you'll go broke on the first car.
right.
The market's so flooded here that you can't get nothing for them.
Right. That's just like here. We was doing the Copart and the IAA car salvage vehicles, and man, that's what I did. Like in my early 20s, was my buddy on a car lot in town, and I worked for him, and we'd go to Georgia, buy them over there, bring them over here, put a fender hood on them, paint them, and stick them out there, and we'd sell them. Well, he'd sell them. I made some good money then, and when we went through a tough little time, and one of these days I'll make the video and it's gonna shock everybody. And got down after nothing. We took the fifth wheel camper we had, sold it, and we started buying salvage vehicles. That's when we switched the channel over to doing the automobile. And then we made a ton of money off them salvage vehicles. We worked ourselves up from one car to selling 4 cars at a time. And most time when I'd go to the sale, I'd already have it sold before I got it back to the house. And it was like, it was real good. I thought, and then when that COVID hit, they locked down everything, and I don't think you could still buy them, but you can buy them online. And I'm like, I'm not buying that unless I go look at them.
Exactly.
And
I have one that I bought online, sight unseen, and well, it was that '57 Dodge truck. It was supposed to have the Hemi in it. It don't. It's a '68 318 LA in it, and the price, and he delivered it. It was clear over way south of Boise, so it's about a 6-hour drive.
ooh,
So he delivered it. The price was okay on it. I didn't get hurt on it, but it was not what he said it was.
right. You
And
have
so
to be.
that was it. After that, I do never ever again.
You have to be very careful when you buy offline, because there's no telling what you get. You really have to do your homework before you buy one offline, especially sight unseen.
Yeah,
If you'll go back in our videos, I titled the video our shop truck. I brought it sight unseen, just looking at the pictures. Man, in the pictures, and it looked real good. And I sent my buddy of mine, he got a roadback, and I sent him up there to get it, and it was like an hour away from us. And that's when I was putting the Mustang together, and I couldn't drop what I was doing. And so I sent him up there to get the truck. He come back and dropped the truck off. And I thought, I give too much for it. And then I thought, when I started looking at it, no, it had brand new tires on it. The tires was worth what I give for the truck, but it wasn't nowhere near what that guy told it was.
yeah.
And I was mad as a hornet, boy. I was mad as a hornet. And so I wound up changing out the dash, putting the seat in it, basically just ripping the inside of it out. It had so much mud in there, and the seat was tore. The carpet was just, it was, man, it'd take me 6 months to get all the mud out of the carpet. And I wound up selling a few parts. I brought another parts truck. Didn't give hardly nothing for it. And I sold a bunch of parts. I took pictures, Deborah put pictures up, put on the marketplace. All said and done, I sold the truck. I think I made $50 on that truck.
Dang.
When we got rid of it. And I said, I'll never do that again. I said, I'll never do that again.
I asked him for video on it, but he said he only had a flip phone, and yeah, the pictures he sent me were real grainy.
Right.
But like
Yeah,
I said, price was right on it, and because he delivered it, you know.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to buy stuff like even parts on eBay. I don't like buying parts on eBay because the parts you get might be worse than what you got. But you really have to pay attention to the detail of the part, just like you would the car when you buy a car. Because they look good in the picture.
Well, it's like those clutch linkages for that Fairlane. I found them on eBay. They want like $300 for them, just the clutch arm.
Right.
But everyone I seen on eBay, well, and it's common, they were all busted and welded back on.
Right.
Because they got that long hook arm.
Right.
To, you know, make it easy to push the clutch.
Right. Oh yeah, they insane about what they want for that stuff.
But heck, I went out to Waltz and I got the whole car for that price.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, right? That's me. If I need, that's like my Mustang out here. We brought one in a blue. It's on one of the videos, and then we went and brought this red one. Gonna use parts off of it, put on the blue one, and then one night I was sitting here, and this guy called me, lived in Gaston, probably about an hour or two away. He said, I want that blue convertible Mustang. I said, well, I don't really want to know if I'm going to sell it just yet. I'm not made up my mind yet. He says, I'll give you this for it. I said, come get it. I said, come get it. So then I pulled the red Mustang around in the drive because that's on where I get to work on a car because we live on a hill. And so I started messing with it. And then I wound up one night we're sitting here and seen that yellow truck on Marketplace, and people was asking me and all kind of questions. Is it 4-wheel drive? What's in it? And I'm thinking, I told my wife, I said, I don't care if it's a motor in it. I said, we'll put one in it anyway. And I said, what do you think? She said, get it. So PM the guy, messaged the guy. He says, I said, what do you want for it? And he said, $500. I said, mark it sold, and I'll be down there to get it. I said, where you live at? He told me where he lived. I said, oh, you ain't about an hour away. I said, I'll tell you what, I'll be there first thing in the morning, about 7:30, 8 o'clock, and I'll pick it up. And he called me the next morning. He said, where you live at? And I told him. He said, oh, I'm heading to Birmingham. He says, I'll tell you what I can do if you don't want to make a trip. He said, I'll just drop it off at your house on the way back from Birmingham. He said, I'll load it on record, the record, and then he said, I'll hook the other car behind it, the rollback, and he says, I'll drop it off, and on the way back, I'll drop your truck off. I said, that sounds good. Well, he come rolling in about 7:30, 8 o'clock that night and brought the truck straight to our driveway. I said, well, that saved me an hour trip. But yeah, I don't deal with them like I used to. I will buy one every now and then if I know I can make my money back. I'll buy one. Now, if I had some property to stick them on, oh, I'd have the biggest junkyard in the Southeast, buddy. I'd stack them up on top of each other.
Well, Walt's selling the whole yard too.
Man, what does he want for it?
I think he said 200 for just the cars.
That's not bad. No, that ain't bad. No, that ain't bad at all.
But the land is kind of different. It's on a reservation, so you buy the lease if you want the land too.
Oh,
You have to lease it from the tribe.
oh,
It's right in the middle of the Shoban Indian reservation.
wow. I wonder what the lease is on it.
I don't know. Around here, we just know not to buy property.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Yeah, like Landon says, they're getting really, really picked through now.
Oh, I bet. I bet. That's like here, to find property here. You used to, man, you can go out and buy an acre of land for a couple $100.
It was great having you, Sam. You can come by anytime, man. You're more than welcome.
Yeah, now that acre of land now is like $15,000 to $20,000.
Oh yeah, here it's exploded. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah, it's-
crazy exploded.
Same here. Same here.
The city just north of me here, for a long time, all this year was ranked #1 in the country for most overpriced.
Wow. Holy cow. Mm.
Houses here went from like 130, 150,000 to 400 to 500,000 overnight.
Yeah, some places here are like that. And you'd be like, man, that house been here 100 years. Like, yeah. This is no joke. Some of the houses that years and years ago that my brothers and sisters, even I rented over the years, rented like $100, $150 a month. That same house today is $1,200 a month.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy cow.
People that rent are, ow. It's tough. It's real tough.
It is. That payment is going to be there every month.
That's how I got my 2-post lift for as cheap as I got it. A good friend of mine was renting a shop, and he'd go in every year and pay up front a year in advance all of his rent. Here's bling, all of this. Well, his landlord doubled his rent, so he came up with the money for that. But there was a bidding war going on, and it's a company that stores boxes for Amazon that bought. He was in an industrial park. There was like, probably 20 shops right in this
Right.
little industrial park. They came in and they bought the whole line of them, kicked everybody out.
Oh,
It's just this whole area has exploded like that. And a lot of it is Amazon.
right.
Not
And then,
Amazon, but all the little side companies from them, like that one is just a company that they don't even make the boxes. They just store the boxes for Amazon.
Right. And then you know what happens when that goes out? You know what's going to happen there, don't you?
Oh, Lord.
All the buildings going to be empty.
Yep. And that bubble's going to pop.
Yep. And it won't be too long. it's fixing to get bad. People just don't realize it. It's fixing to get bad. In 2007 and 8, I think, when the market crashed back then, and I was rolling and literally rolling. When that happened, I thought, oh, it'd be all right. Well, I learned a valuable lesson. Save what you can save.
Yeah.
Because when that happened, when I hit the ground, I hit it mighty hard. Yep. My dad always told me, always keep some for a rainy day. Yeah, okay. Easy come, easy go. Nope, it don't work that way. When you fall hard.
Yeah, I'll try to swing in there, Sam. Wow.
$5,500 a month.
Yeah, that's about what my daughter is spending down in San Diego.
Holy, for a house?
An apartment.
Holy cow.
Yeah, California is beyond crazy.
Holy cow. Mm-mm. Golly. Nope. I'll be pitching my tent.
Well, it's a townhouse that she's in.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, it's that's coming everywhere. That's gonna be everywhere for too long. It's the days of making a living is gonna be over with.
Well, it's what happens when you can make over $15 an hour at McDonald's.
Yep, that's
At
right.
the bottom.
That's exactly right there. That's exactly right.
Bottom raises up, everything.
Yep, everything explodes. And next thing you know, when it falls, it's gonna fall hard. Yeah, I say they raised the interest rate. They fix to raise the interest rate up again.
Are they?
Yep. You know what's gonna happen when that happens, don't you? The car market and the house market is gonna be the first two to fall. And it's gonna happen. Yeah.
Probably
Man.
why the car dealers are doing what they're doing.
Right. They selling what they can sell.
And juicing it. Boy, are they juicing it hard.
Big time. There ain't a car on this planet that I'd give $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 for.
Well, I know Ford went after their dealers for overpricing.
Yep.
And they're still in litigation over all of that stuff.
Yep. I seen that too. That short that I made about the Raptors.
Uh-huh.
That was took about 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago. The brother called me, wanted us to go to Mobile with him, go look at the truck. So okay. Went down there, that's where they was at down in Mobile. The price on that thing was like $65,000 then. That same truck, 2017, today, if you have one and selling it, you can get $70-something thousand out of it. And I'm like, that don't even make no sense. I'm like, I told my wife, I said, we should have brought a couple of them and held them back for a couple of years.
What up? What's
Oh,
going
we
on?
got the dynamic duo in. Hey guys, how's it going?
Oh yeah, yeah. He's right there.
Me and Big Block, look at there. You got Lathan in the house.
Now that's
Yeah.
weird.
We've
You
been
guys
over here.
just blew my mind.
Been over here working
there.
on the truck.
Man,
trying to get the exhaust
bed
done on
in?
candy cane.
Man, look
All
at
right, I'm
that.
gonna jump off here. Look on.
Hey, get a that's the passenger side. All right, so you know my exhaust on candy cane was coming out in front of the back wheel, and I'm putting a flamethrower kit on here. So
Oh, you
we
too?
decided to change it up, and I'm putting the exhaust coming out of the bed, so flames will shoot up out of the bed now.
Oh, something like stacks.
There we go.
Yeah, just stacks
Yeah.
shoot. Huh?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So I'll have the exhaust shooting straight up out of the bed, so when I hit the flamethrower, it shoot flames straight up.
Are you going
Oh.
propane or interrupter?
But yeah, that's what we've been. He brought his bandsaw over because we just took an old exhaust I had off of a Dodge truck, and we cut it all up and pieced it all together. He's going to take it to his house and weld everything together, and then we'll clamp it on tomorrow. It'll be removable, so I can still have exhaust tips coming out the side when I want to. And then, but for no name, we'll have it coming straight out the bed.
Are you gonna run it in the burnout like that?
Yes. Yep.
Gonna light
Yeah, I'm
that
gonna do the
sucker
burnout.
up.
I got a whole lot of stuff going on for the burnout.
Well, we know who's gonna win the burnout now.
I've got a lot of surprises I can't tell you about. But let me show you my flamethrower box, because last night when I was building this, I thought, man, I need some kind of box to put, because I did a DIY. I used coils off of a 70 model Chevrolet, condensers, relays, and all that. So to the normal eye, this looks like your old electric fence. It's just an electric fence box from 1979. So open that up, Bobby. So when you open it up,
oh, that is so
you have,
cool.
let me see if I can see it. You got your coils, you got your condenser, relays, and even in here it says February 1979. But it's an electric fence box that I had, and I was using this last year and it quit working, but I was still using this for my dog fence. But so I'm hanging that in the bed of the truck, and then right out the side, the spark plug wires are going to come out right here and just go straight to the stacks on the exhaust.
That is too cool.
Oh, that's
I'll
gonna
have
be
that
short.
done. I'll have that done this week.
Your secret's safe with us. We won't tell nobody.
Yeah, you know,
we
it's
won't say that.
it's 1 a.m. here right now, and about an hour ago when we had the exhaust all mocked up, we fired this thing up and done a cold start on it right out here in front of the house. And I've only got one neighbor, and that happens to be Leighton's father-in-law. So we fired it up, and we'll put that video. We'll put that video up tonight. We both got a video of it
Sweet.
firing it up at midnight.
Mexican spec said, "Are you gonna paint your truck aqua now?"
Oh yeah, the aqua Mexican spec. He's had that 61 Apache on there. It was aqua colored, and that was a beautiful truck.
Yeah, that's gonna be short right there.
Yeah, it's
too cool, guys.
Oh, I don't know if you see that. Can you see that box up there in the front? That white box. Oh, that's a tank. Let's see. That's a windshield washer tank, because I happen to have nozzles right here to spray the back wheels, and I'm gonna spray bleach water on the back wheels while I'm burning out.
Hot diggity.
just an added effect. But I've got some more stuff in the bed that on the week of No Name, I'll release a video of everything that's going on with it. I've got I got I don't know 5 or 6 different things going on for the burnout competition. I don't have the most horsepower, but I have the most gadgets, I'm sure. I mean, the old big block sounds good, and
dazzle.
But it's I mean, it's not going to be Australian because I don't have 1,300 horsepower. But it'll be a good time.
That's the cool thing about this event. You know, it's about the whole, stuff like this too.
Right.
This is just too cool. Just
luckily,
too cool.
Robbie here, he only lives 5 miles away from me, so He called me
Wow.
earlier and he said, "You working on the truck tonight?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, as soon as the wife gets here, I'll be over to help you out." And I said, "Well, bring a bandsaw. We're gonna cut some exhaust."
Yeah, he is saying that he can almost look out his house and see you, but he's got to drive around to get to you.
That's right. That's right. If there wasn't trees right there, we could. If there was a road going across, it'd only be 2 miles.
So y'all didn't know each other before you two?
Oh yeah, I've known him since he was 12 years old from the drag strip.
Oh, okay.
George Ray's drag strip here in Arkansas is where he grew up right beside it, and that's where I raced at back in the '90s. And I knew him.
What town in Arkansas that in?
Paragould.
I got some cousins that live up there somewhere in Arkansas.
Yeah. We live close to Tyronza, Arkansas, right here. We live out in the country though. We don't really have a town we live in because it's all rice fields, bean fields, and his father-in-law.
That's the best way to be, ain't it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was driving the truck out here with no bed on it because it didn't matter. I mean, nobody's out here.
Right.
Some of my videos, me going out doing burnouts. I mean, I live in Mexico, so I can go out and make test passes all the time.
Oh, man.
No bed, she'll burn them good.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. With no bed, yeah, it'll burn them.
Yeah, I did a video right when I put those 410 gears in here. I did a video and put it up of me going down the road and doing a little burnout. And
I think I seen that one.
It almost didn't want to back up off of that incline because it was spinning too bad. Yeah, I was worried there for a minute, but
yeah, it's just gonna be a lot of fun up there.
Oh man.
I'm going to cancel I have a room for Friday night at the Hampton Inn. I'm going to cancel it because I'm not going to no hotel room. It's going to be a blast at the track, so I'll just sleep in the truck.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. If we make it, we bring in our tent.
I'll have my Mustang there too. I can sleep in it. Mongrel's garage is going to be bracket racing my Mustang.
I don't think the wife's going to let me take her.
Yeah. Yeah, Leighton's wife just got a Suburban tonight, so he's not going to be able to bring it. He's going to have to bring the Dakota.
Well,
I
I'll
wish
rent out the trunk of that Mercury as an Airbnb.
Yeah. My wife got a 2018 Ford Escape, and them seats lay flat. I was thinking about grabbing our grandson's mattress off his bed, stick it back there, and forget a tent and just sleep in the back of it.
Yeah. Well, if the weather's good, we'll be all right. It'll be nice, cool night. I mean, right now it's only like 60s. It's in the 60s right now, upper 60s. Yeah.
Right.
We still got mosquitoes out tonight though, but they're not as bad.
Yeah, but I'm gonna look at the forecast up there, extended forecast. I don't believe it's gonna be that cold because this year is gonna be like last year. It don't start getting cold till about December.
Yeah.
On that's 53.
Yeah. We got a little cold spell coming through tomorrow night, but we had rain today, so things are getting 50s tomorrow night. But we just had a lot of rain.
Yeah, this rained here for a week and a half. Only like 2 days it didn't get the rain.
You're in Florida, right?
Alabama.
Oh, Alabama. Okay, yeah. I know Alabama and Georgia's been getting a lot of rain.
Man, we floating up here on this hill.
Oh, you up in the Alabama hills, huh?
I told BareRose, I done started building boats because we had to build a boat to get to town.
Oh yeah.
Like, man, I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing outside. I go down to my buddy's place 2 days a week and work on his truck, that 64 F100. And I work Wednesday, That's the first day we went back to work since we've been sick. Man, we had that COVID crap. Man, it like got both of us. And
I got to put this phone on a tripod. My arm is about to fall off.
so we just now trying to get back to normal. And then the rain came, and it's still raining.
Oh yeah, I know. I can't remember who it is I was watching earlier that lives in Georgia. They can't even get anything done because of the rain.
Yeah, it's like it is here, man. We can't do nothing.
Family's garage is down in Georgia, and every time he goes to, he's got a shop he's adding on to, and it's raining every day. He's got 2x4s up, but he can't get any tin hung.
Right. I gotta go in here and plug my phone up. I'm on my cell phone.
I'm sorry, guys, if y'all got comments going on. I can't see the comments right now, so Leighton's gonna look them up.
How much it is?
Yeah, if I turn the comments on, I don't see nothing.
Oh, there's 10 people in there. Oh yeah, okay.
There's a lot of great channels in here. A lot of good
things down under there, ain't he?
Well, what's up, Dane?
What's going on, Dane?
There's a lot of great people in this community.
Oh, if you will paint the truck aqua now.
Yeah, it's a lot of awesome people we're meeting through this whole deal, man. It's it's gonna be a good deal.
Yeah, it is. It's like I was telling BareRose, I don't think a whole lot of people realize that when you go to that event, on how much it's going to help your channel, because your channel is going to grow and it's going to go quick.
You know, this is one of those events where you think back in history, like, you know, Bakersfield, California, back in the 50s with car meets and all that stuff. And, you know, this is a historical event, I believe. You know, there's only can be one first event of anything, and being part of it is just great.
Yeah,
it's great, and it helps that we have YouTube to reach out to other people and get ideas and
and everybody can learn from everybody's channel because everybody's different, you know.
Well, I don't think anybody else is gonna rip the wood out of their bed and run their exhaust up before no name, so I'm good.
No, I don't think nobody's doing that.
The wood that I was in there was the original wood, and it had went bad, and there was still some wood in there, so I just knocked all the rest of the wood out of it, and said, you know what, I ain't gonna put nothing in it. I'm gonna run the exhaust up through there, and the other stuff I got going on with it, it don't need wood in there, because with no floor in the bed, my smoke's just gonna come straight up when I'm doing the burnout, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's
loaded smoke.
Yeah, I was telling BareRose earlier that first round, there's we got like 42 cars, 43 cars in the field now. I guarantee you half of them's gonna be cutting red lights. And that's gonna be the funniest part right there.
Yeah,
when they start cutting them red lights.
Luckily, I've been to the track a couple times this year already and ran, so I'm not too rusty. But yeah, there's a lot of people who's never even been on the track, so that'll be cool. Hey, have you seen the update from Outfits Garage? How he's got his he's got that stock car almost all the way together, and his shifters he's got 3 shifters in there.
Yeah, right, because
I'm guessing the third one must be reverse.
It is. One of them's reverse. The other 2 is your low gear and your high gear.
He's running a 4-speed.
Right.
So I think he's got a T10 4-speed. So first, second, and then third,
four. Right.
That's going to be not going to be the fastest shifting thing, but man, it's going to be awesome seeing a stock car at a drag race.
Well, he's got an advantage over a lot of them. I'm talking
he told me.
Because if I'm going to drag race a car, I'm gonna have that same setup because
Yeah.
when you changing gears, you can snatch it and move to the next one. Get ready to snatch
Yeah.
it.
And let me
Versus
snatch it too.
That's the
right.
old lightning rod.
He wouldn't tell everybody what gear he's running, and I'm not going to tell you what gear he's running, but it's more gear than I've ever had. But
Way
Right.
low, I know.
it's, you know,
Oh,
he's
yeah,
talking
it's
about leaving No Name and going straight to Harrisburg dirt track that
dirt
night,
track.
Saturday, and racing in a dirt and getting some laps in that Saturday night.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
And it'll
Yeah.
be the first
Tires
time
and
that he's
roll
even
it.
put the car on a track. So that'll be awesome.
That thing, that right there, when it goes down the track, it's gonna take. I figure his car running at that track up there. So we used to have a 1/4 mile track here.
Yeah.
Track trip. The time's gonna be a little different from a 1/4 mile track to that track up there. He should run close in the 9s. That car
Oh,
should
yeah.
run in the 9s easy.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, easy, because that's a pretty light car too, and that 327 is going to turn 7,000 RPMs.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, easy.
Easy.
Quick.
Oh yeah, yeah. I had this truck when I first got it in 1989. It had a 327 in it with a turbo 400 transmission, and it would hit 7,000 RPMs and shift. You know, it would, and it was fun with that 327 in there. And I've had 2 327s. Then we had a 406 small block in there back in the early 90s when we used to race it. No, it was late 90s because I got out of the Army in 97, and it had my dad had put a 406 in the truck. And then I let it sit for about 12 years at his body shop without a motor in it. And in 2015, I called him up and said, "Hey, do you got any engine up there that runs? Because I'm tired of my truck sitting." He said, "Yeah, I got a 305 out of a Nova." He said, "It runs." I said, "Well, I'm coming to get it because I want to drive my truck." So I put a 305 in it and had a 308 gear in there, and I started driving it on the interstate, and it done fine. And then no, that wasn't 2015. That was before that, because in 2015 I put this big block in there. That's right. But anyway,
you run about 370 horses in that 454.
it's a 402.
402.
Yeah, it's a 402. It's got 781 oval port heads and a 294 roller cam in it. But it probably it might be 350 horsepower, maybe.
Yeah. Probably a little bit more than that. Probably about 370.
I put some 410 gears in it with a mini spool, and I think I only got a 2400 converter in it, so it'll be fun though.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun right there.
It'll be fun.
That
Oh, and
454 would be fun.
hang on, I got something.
Oh, yeah.
I got a little help for it too, though.
Yeah, I see that.
It's a baby, so you got to feed a baby a bottle. I got to get that put on this week too. I got my nitrous pills in. I'm only gonna put 100 shot on it.
Ooh.
Which would be good. I went with the pills that James said. He told me which pills to get. He said that puts exactly 100 horsepower on the dyno for the last car he dynoed. So I put them pills in it.
Right.
It's cool that he's got a dyno, because I'm going to take some vehicles up to his shop. He lives about 3 hours from me, but we work together at the steel mill. He's a millwright and I'm an electrician, and we work in the same department on the same turn. So I see him every day at work.
Oh.
He lives in Paducah, Kentucky, and he drives down to Arkansas, and he's got an apartment because we work 4 days on, 4 days off. So he'll spend his 4 days in Arkansas and then go home for 4 days.
Oh man.
But he's been working on the bike deal a lot lately.
That little Nova they got, boy. That thing will run.
Hey, that thing runs. He runs 711 motor at George Ray's, and he's got nitrous, and he hasn't used it yet. He made one launch on it, and it looked great, but he don't know what time it's going to run with nitrous, but it'll run right at 7 flat on motor.
Oh,
And that's his slowest car he's got.
That's the slow one?
Yeah, that's a slow car. That's the one him and Little James built. They built that so Little James could drive it. But Ryan has his name. Big James' name is Ryan, but he's got a 67 Chevy 2 Nova. It's a 4-door. But last time he took it to Sykeston, he stood it on the bumper. It's got a 415 small block in it, and it's a fast car.
oh,
They got a big tire. He's got a Fox body with a big block with a 496 or something Chevrolet big block in a Fox body, and then he's got his grandpa's got a 55 Chevy that stands on its wheels too. It's in some of his videos. That blue 55 Chevy that's his grandpa's car.
oh.
They got his brother's got a Nova that's real fast. They got some stuff, man. Like I said, this rusty Nova's his slowest car. He's got a semi truck with an enclosed trailer that he pulls through the drag strip.
Really?
Holy cow.
But he just likes this old rusty Nova because he got this car. I think he got this car when he was in high school, and he never built it. And it's just an old 76 rusted Nova. So he decided to put it together with a bunch of parts he says he had laying around. I mean, who has a 9-inch Ford laying around and, Brodix heads and a
yeah.
You know,
I got a 9-inch Ford laying around.
I got a few of them,
Yeah.
but I think the lowest I go is 370.
I actually think that's what's in my truck out there is 370 gears on the back. And that's what I was looking at that the other night on running the numbers on it. And I think that's what's in it is 370s. Which ain't too bad. But it is when you drive it every day because it sucked the gas out of it.
Well, I run 373s in my truck for a long time until I decided to switch it over to the last axle I broke in my truck. I decided I was going to switch it over to 5-lug because the 6-lug stuff, I just couldn't find a lot of wheels for it. And I wanted to go to a 5x5 pattern. So I went to a junkyard and I bought a front end and rear end out of a 70 model GMC that had coil springs on it still. So I put and it had 308 gears, which I didn't care. I just wanted the front end and rear end, and I wanted all the 5-lug stuff. Right. So I put the disc brakes and all the 5-lug stuff on my truck. This was in 97 or 98. And anyway, I converted over to 5-lug. So then I run them 308 gears for a long time, but now it's got 410s, and I think it's a little happier.
Yeah.
Not on the highway though.
It's a lot better than the factory gear.
Yeah.
We're just tacking at 80.
It's definitely not going on the interstate anymore.
Mm. Yeah, you want a gear. You want a gear that when you take off, that you're gonna be quick off the line, but you also want still have enough gear toward the end of that line. Because
I'm gonna change this transmission out later. Now that this new Edelbrock carburetor coming out has all the awesome features that it has. It has you can put a TPS sensor on it. So I'm going to probably seek about putting a 4L80 in my truck so I can run overdrive in it and still get that signal going to it off the TPS.
Right.
Strong enough to hold it. So.
Right. Yeah, when you want to make sure you got enough of gears toward the end of that light at the end of that track.
Oh yeah.
A lot of races.
It depends on what I do. Just keep racing this truck, and I'll make it towards racing. But I don't know. Eventually the truck's going to my grandson because that was my dad gave this to me when I turned 16, and my grandson. Years old, and I want this to be his first truck, so I'm going to give it to him when he turns 14. So in 9 more years I plan on it going to him. Right. But before then, when he gets old enough, he's going to start helping me wet sand and do all the body work on it. And we're going to paint it either candy brandy wine or solid burgundy or something. And That's going to be his first truck, whether we have gas to put in it or not.
Because that's where you started, right? In the body
Yeah.
shop stuff. Yep.
Well, my dad painted cars for 42 years. He painted cars. And I grew up at a used car lot until he opened up his own body shop. Then I was at the body shop all the time. But I did some painting, but I hated body work.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I did body work.
I'd rather do body work than
That's
work
what he
on
just
cars.
said. He would rather do body work
Really?
than paint.
Yes.
A whole lot, so I
Yeah.
don't know. Do it.
I'd rather paint.
See,
First thing I painted was a patch panel on Chevy 2 Nova. And painted it, pulled it outside. I see right through the paint.
Oh, yeah.
I said, pull it back in. Why? So I could see the primer.
I quit doing body work years ago because a buddy of mine said, man, come on down here at the shop and start working on cars. You'll make more money. Really? Oh, that's what I did, which I can't complain. There's a few shops here that didn't pay worth crap, but the last one I worked at, man, I made some doughs. I made some duckies. And I was thinking, thinking back, I was thinking, I should have stayed painting and doing the body work. There's more money in that now than it is
Hey, I'll
working.
tell you what. Today, body work and painting, oh my gosh.
We don't have
There's
body men
there's
no
no
more.
cheap paint jobs anymore.
No.
Yeah, there's no
No,
cheap paint. I mean, it's
Yeah,
so
we don't
expensive.
have body men no more. We got part swappers.
That's right.
Yeah.
They don't like taking a quarter off a car and replacing a quarter.
When my dad started painting cars in 1972, he worked at this used car lot, and the guy, we were in Arkansas, so the guy would buy cars up in Springfield, Illinois, and they were rusted out. So he'd bring them down because he bought them dirt cheap. And he told my dad, he said, hey, you need to, mosquitoes. He said, hey, you need to fix these cars up and paint them. He said, well, how do you do that? He said, well, I don't know, but you better go ask somebody in town how to do it because that's what you're going to be doing. So he went to the body shop and asked him how to do it. And he was using old license plates, cardboard, just anything he could do to fill it in and wipe it with Bondo and make it look good. Then he would paint it with some sure gloss paint, some $10 paint or whatever it was back then. And they'd pull them out on the line and sell them cars. And, 6 months later, they were rusting out, but they didn't care. They was just trying to sell cars back then.
Yeah,
that's what he started off doing in 72.
I believe it all started in the 70s.
Yeah.
I believe it all started in the 70s.
This truck here, we painted it in 1990. I got the truck in 89. In 1990, we painted it. We stripped it down to bare metal and we painted it. And this was the very first vehicle that he put two-stage paint on. The very first vehicle he ever clear coated was this truck.
Really?
Everything before that was all single-stage paint.
Single stage.
Yeah. I'd rather paint with single stage. I like single stage better. Simple reason is if you paint one with single stage and you got a carport or a garage you keep it in and you keep it waxed twice, 2-3 times a year, that paint job's gonna last you 20 years.
Oh, that acrylic enamel, man, that stuff will last. You can make it shine like glass.
Right. But that base coat, clear coat, I don't care who sprays that stuff. In 3 years, that clear coat is either going to be foggy or it's going to be peeling.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't stand it.
Yeah, that single stage paint definitely is awesome.
I guess old school.
That's it, man.
I'm old school when it comes to doing body work and painting.
Single stage is still affordable.
Yeah, it is. It's more cheaper. Plus, it's easier to spray with.
Who's that?
It's a little thicker paint, and plus it's easier to spray.
Handwritten body prep when I was 10, or dad's did more when I was 17.
That was in 70, 78, 79, when my dad left the nuclear site out there, and him and his friend, they always tinkered. They always had a shop, and they always, built hot rods in it, but him and his buddy got together, and his name was Ron too, but he was the body man, and my dad was the mechanic, and they'd go around and they got hooked in with a guy that owns towing companies, and he'd get abandoned cars and he'd bring them over. Dad would get them running. Ron would paint them up, and then they'd send them out, sell them, flip them that way, and then he got in with the car lots, and then that's how my dad started his business.
Yeah, and
Then the paint shop closed down when the city came in, and they required a paint booth and blah blah blah. And back then, a paint booth was good, God almighty expensive. So they just shut the body shop down and just became a repair shop after that.
yeah,
Oh yeah, my dad built his paint booth out of 2x4s and presswood.
That's what this was too.
Yeah.
well, buddy of mine, he built his out of there's an old shed, and we took the inside of it and put that styrofoam sheets of styrofoam in there on the ceiling and on the wall.
Yeah.
And poured them in there and sprayed the crap out of them. And now a good paint booth's gonna set you back probably $200,000.
Busted radio. Yeah, we're up late. Later than we should be. He's headed back from Georgia.
Headed back from Georgia. Busted
Yeah,
radio. Asked him, did he get his car
He's a
finished?
heck of a guy.
Is that busted radio? He went after a car? No, I was just trying to see it.
I think he was up there with that big event. What the heck was it called? I think he took a car up there.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize they had something going on in Georgia. I guess it's that time of year though.
If I remember right, it was that big one with the what's his name? Cletus or something? Cletus McFarland? What is
Oh,
his
okay.
name?
Oh, he had
The
that.
big one.
No, it was 2 weeks ago. He had the one in Bristol. I don't know what he had going on now.
Is that what it was?
Cletus McFarland. Yeah, he had a race at Bristol. But I thought that was 2 weeks ago.
Cletus and Cars.
Cletus and
There we
Cars.
go.
Okay. Cletus.
That's what
Auto
it was.
service to his phone, Dad.
Oh yeah, he said he was trying to get plugged up. You know what this is?
Easy dog. I might be young, but
I asked him, did he know what this was? He's
Hey,
young.
you got it.
might be young.
Just like the video.
I like my old.
I remember in shop class, boy, we made a lot of them.
Did you?
I think that was the first thing anybody made was a ZZ
Oh, yeah.
keychain.
Yeah, that's what old Candy Cane's key stays on right there. I wanted one for a long time. I think I bought this one about 10 years ago, but man, I think I bought it on eBay.
I never
I'm sure
bought
not the
one.
royalties
It was
went
just
to
the
Billy.
homemade ones.
Yeah, homemade one would be fine.
Homemade.
Yep. Yep. Well, BareRose, we're going to get off here. It's 1:30 in the morning here.
Yeah.
We're going to get everything wrapped up.
12:30.
Let him get this exhaust over to his house so he can try to get it welded up sometime. And then
Waco, love what you're doing to the truck, man.
Well,
Totally
thank you.
love it.
thank you.
You're gonna
I
be
got a
the
list
star out there.
of 13 more things that need to be done before No Name. I got a list over here, so
You gonna put
I'll
a
get some
whirly
of them
light
knocked out
down
tomorrow.
inside there?
What's that?
You're gonna put a whirly light down in there so when the smoke rolls up through the bed, you get the colors and
Let's say the
everything.
lights are taken care of. The lights are already taken care of.
You
I've
got
got
it,
some
man.
effects. I've got some effects ready for the, and like I said, I'll put a video out the week of No Name of what all's done because I know no one else will have time to go do all that stuff that I've done.
And hiding it all in that electric fence charger. That's
Yeah.
freaking awesome, man.
Yeah. Well, I was sitting here in the shop yesterday and I was looking around. I'm like, man, I need a box to put all this in. And I was like, I kept looking and I seen a cooler and I looked over and I'm like, there's that electric fence box. I never threw it away. So I just gutted all the coils and stuff out of it. And I set one of the ignition coils in there. I said, if it's got enough room for me to get a spark plug wire on there, I'm using it. Sure enough, it worked perfect. And here's one of the things on it that's cool is the hookup right here on the side. You got the ceramic for your hot, and you got your ground. It says ground right there. That's how I actually hook it up. I'm gonna hook my hot wire to here and my ground wire to there. That's how it's wired up on the inside. Is that's still in use. That's the factory stuff from '79. I'm still using that.
That is too cool.
This electric fence is now a flamethrower kit.
That is just.
So I'll be selling
cool.
those for $129.95 on BigBlock402.com. No, it'll be $229.95 because I don't have any more of those boxes, and I'm gonna have to find some.
Plus $5.99 shipping.
Yeah, that's right. Unless it's Canada and it's $9.99 shipping. Yeah, well, customs. I got to pay customs off to get the flamethrower across there. So yeah, we've got a little bit of welding to do. The stacks will be where they hook on the bottom will be with a clamp, so everything else will be welded. So I can pull them back off and put exhaust tips back on the truck. And yeah, I got some stuff to finish up, but I'll get a bunch of it knocked out tomorrow. Like I said, this is the third night in a row that I've been up to 2 o'clock in the morning working on candy cane. I go back to work Monday, so tomorrow's my last day off this week. So I got to get as much as I can done because my monkey bike is right here.
Oh, kind of missing something.
It's missing some parts too, so I've got to get those parts out of James and James locker at work. Our engines are, and my short block's built, but I think we're going to mill the heads or something. So I'm trying to get it back together. I'm not doing a whole lot to this one though. I just want to run the monkey bike so I can get points.
How many events you doing then? Monkey bike.
So far, I'm doing all of them except the small tire. And if it's not full when we get up there, I may pay my $100 and do the small tire, even though I'll lose first round, just to get the points.
Hey, if you do it all, there's a good chance you're going to take that big old nice trophy home.
Yeah, that's a really cool trophy because not everybody's doing all the events. I think there's only 6 of us doing the monkey bike.
Is there?
Lars jumped in. He said, "I heard monkey bike."
Lars heard monkey bike. Oh, is that what he wants to see? He wants to.
I heard monkey bike.
He wants to see. Look at there, Lars. Not much to call a monkey bike.
It's gonna be a Lamborghini pound.
Yeah, it's pretty much it's Flintstone powered right now. So yeah, it'll just be me running beside that bike at the moment. But all right, BareRose.
Well, late in there to push you.
Oh yeah, well he's going to push me. Yeah, he's about 17 years younger than me, so we'll let him push me.
It's only an 1/8 mile, you know.
Yeah, it's only an 1/8 mile, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. I'll push him 60. I ain't pushing 60.
He said he'll push me 60 foot.
We can
I don't even think I could get that far. That's
all
great.
right. We'll get back on another live sometime soon.
No problem.
Appreciate
It's
you
great
letting us
seeing
in, man.
you guys. Anytime. You guys are welcome anytime.
Yes, sir. All right.
I think I'm going to close her out too tonight. Holy cow. 4.5 hours.
Oh yeah, yeah, 4.5 hours. Yeah, you've been on a long time.
Woo. It's been a little
All right,
while.
well,
Great
we'll see
seeing
you
you,
later.
man. And get out there and you get some metal hot.
That's right.
You know how to do it. And everybody out there in the chat, oh, it looks like 10 of you left. Thanks a million for coming out again. We'll do it again next week. And in the meantime, all yous out there, get out there and get some metal hot. We'll all see you in Sykeston.